Board members, we will start the meeting in 1 minute.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
The May 5th State Board meeting will now come to order. Good morning and welcome to the May 5th, 2023 State Board of Education meeting. Board members, please engage your microphones before speaking and turn them off when you are finished speaking. Please note that board members may be using their cell phones and laptop computers to access the agenda and information related to this meeting. Live streaming is available through the State Board of Education website. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Patsy Kojons.
Here.
Lisa Fricke.
Here.
Patty Goobles.
Here.
Jacqueline Morrison.
Here.
Kirk Penner.
Here.
Sherry Jones.
Here.
Elizabeth Tegmeyer.
Here.
Deborah Neary. Deputy Commissioner Friesen.
Here.
All present.
There are 8 members present. Quorum is established. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Information regarding the Open Meetings Act is posted as you enter the room from the main entrance doors. The Open Meetings Act is also posted on the State Board of Education's website. Agenda item 2.1, special presentation. Teacher Appreciation Week is May 8th through the 12th, 2023. Today, a resolution is being proposed to declare the entire month of May as Teacher Appreciation Month in Nebraska. Joining us today to hear the reading of the resolution and witness the board adoption of the resolution are some teachers who represent the teaching profession. Any teachers in the room, would you please stand and be recognized by the board? Thank you. Board Member Jones, would you please read the resolution?
I would be honored to do that. Thank you. Whereas Nebraska Public, I'm going to look towards my teachers. Whereas Nebraska public and non-public pre-K-12 teachers and paraprofessionals have experienced extreme workplace challenges in the past 3 years, whereas Nebraska depends on pre-K through 12 educators to shape our future generations, whereas each day over 25,000 teachers impact the lives of 360,000 students, whereas the success of our children, communities, state, and nation are considerably influenced by exemplary teachers who devote their lives to helping youth excel. Whereas Nebraska pre-K-12 educators work tirelessly to prioritize the academic and non-academic needs of their students. Whereas educators spend countless hours preparing lessons, creating safe school cultures, building partnerships with families and communities, collaborating with colleagues, and reflecting on and improving their profession. Whereas many educators have been tasked with additional duties during the time of national teacher shortages. Whereas Nebraska pre-K-12 educators have persisted through 3 challenging school years and continue to serve all students entrusted to their charge. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the State Board of Education recognizes Nebraska pre-K through 12 educators for their commitment and dedication to their students, families, and communities in which they serve. The State Board of Education recognizes the unsung efforts of Nebraska pre-K through 12 educators and the importance of their work to providing high-quality learning experiences for all students in all of Nebraska's students. Resolved that the State Board of Education hereby declares May Teacher Appreciation Month, and resolved that the State Board of Education encourages local boards of education and governing bodies to similarly celebrate and honor their teachers.
Thank you, Sherry. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
Yes, I move to adopt the resolution to recognize Nebraska pre-K-12 educators for Teacher Appreciation Month.
Is there a second to the motion?
I second the motion.
There's been a motion and a second. It's been moved and seconded to adopt the resolution to recognize Nebraska PK educators for Teacher Appreciation Month. Is there any discussion? Betsy?
Well, first of all, we're glad to have all the teachers and the representatives here for education. And we're extra proud because there are several of us who are teachers and have spent our lives teaching. And so we truly understand what it takes and what it means to be a teacher. So keep up the good fight and know that the State Board is behind you, and all of the retired teachers are behind you, as you can tell from their being here today. And if you ever need anything that you think we could help you with, then please feel free to come and put it in our ears. Thanks so much for being here and representing the kids and the teachers of Nebraska.
Any other discussion? Right. The motion is to adopt the resolution to recognize Nebraska PK-12 educators for Teacher Appreciation Month. Will the recording secretary please call the roll?
Morrison? Yes. Goebbels?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Kojons?
Yes, without a doubt.
Fricky? Penner?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas. The affirmative has it, and the resolution is adopted. One of the teachers joining us today is Mr. Tim Royers, 2016 Nebraska Teacher of the Year. Mr. Royers, would you like to provide some remarks in response to the resolution?
Is this on? It's on. Good. Okay. Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Commissioner, thank you very much for having us here today and for having this resolution. On behalf of all the educators in the state of Nebraska, we sincerely appreciate your recognition of all the efforts that we continue to do day in and day out. No doubt, as your resolution mentions, it has been a challenging past 3 years for the educators in this state. And as I talk to educators in my own district and across all other districts, the things that we need right now, one of the things you just delivered on, which is just recognition. Recognition of, again, not only the efforts that we're doing, but the new unique challenges that we're facing that really, candidly, we haven't really experienced up until the past few years. But the other piece that our educators need is action to help to improve our ability to deliver for our kids. And I'm pleased because this board has already taken several steps to try and support our educators, and I'm also confident that you'll continue to take further action to support our educators. And when we have those two things happening, when we have the recognition for our educators and when we have the actions that back up that recognition to continue to make it easier for us to serve our kids, that's how we're going to move forward together as a state to make sure that we have the sufficient amount of educators in all of our schools so that our kids get the education that they deserve. And on a personal note, I want to reflect, this is my 16th year in education. I've taught thousands of students. I've seen it from that side. But as my own kids get older and move through education, it's been profound to see it from the parent perspective, the impact that the educators have on my own kids. And as I was sharing with a few folks in the room, we're getting ready to move here in a few weeks. Ironically, like literally 2 minutes away, it just happened to be. We found a house that was close. But as my two girls, they're 13 and 9, as they became very intimate with how to use Zillow for a while, which I'm very glad we're done with that phase, it was interesting how their non-negotiable was staying close so they could continue to go to their schools. And it wasn't just because of their friends. It was because they didn't want to leave their school community and leave their teachers. And that floored me. And it really speaks, again, to the profound impact that our teachers and paras have on all of our kids. And again, the recognition and commitment that's necessary to make sure we continue to have high-quality educators so that way every kid in the state, not just my two girls, feels that way. I think that's the piece that all of us in this room can agree upon is the most important thing that we can do. So again, thank you on behalf of all the educators in the state for this resolution. We sincerely appreciate the recognition. And again, we look forward to continuing to work with you to have action follow this that will continue to support and match everything that you just shared in your sentiments in the resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Royers.
You're welcome.
Deborah.
Oh, Tim.
I was trying to be efficient on your behalf for the
And
meeting.
we appreciate that. But I just want to say I really appreciate what you're doing. I mean, you as a Teacher of the Year, an amazing teacher to our students, and now in a role to support our teachers. I appreciate the words that you gave us today about ways that we can continue to support teachers. I know that this group is very, because we have so many teachers here, we are focused on making sure that we're supporting teachers. And I think in the next couple of weeks, there will be some news about some success that we've had in supporting teachers, and very excited and look forward to celebrating that. But thanks for all you do. And just as an amazing representative for the hard work that our teachers are doing. And I love that you mentioned it isn't just recognition for the efforts, but there's so many unique challenges right now that haven't been, part of the discussion before. And I think that our teachers have been brave in the way they're navigating, and even though their jobs have gotten harder. And so, thank you. Mm-hmm. Now you can go.
Okay. Okay, well, I do want to follow up on that comment and just say, one of the reasons why I'm privileged to be a part of the Department of Ed, as I'm sure you know, has convened a steering committee to look at recruitment and retention concerns, and I had the privilege of being a part of that and being at the initial meeting a few weeks ago. And so that's why I'm highly confident that, again, as you alluded to, things will be coming, but also even more, I know, will be discussed, because I can speak firsthand to the fact that you all have a genuine interest in listening to all stakeholders about what can we do to not only, again, keep our current educators, but recruit a fantastic next generation of educators as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you again. Agenda item 3, the Deputy Commissioner's report. Deputy Commissioner Friesen.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm not sure the order, but I'll say first that we have nothing on the nothing has been asked to be removed from the consent agenda, okay? Well, happy May, everyone. My update will be shorter this month since it's only been 2 weeks since we last convened. And as always, I'm delighted to share how our partnerships and processes better the education system in our state. I'll conclude with some points of pride and an overview of what we're expecting in May. In terms of partnerships, we have the Nebraska Children and Families Foundation and the National Center for Families Learning. And in 2018, the NDE partnered with NCFL and NCFF, which successfully received a federal grant to create the Nebraska Statewide Family Engagement Center. This organization implements a 2-generation, 4-component model of family literacy programming. In 2021, the NDE invested $500,000 of statewide ESSER funds to expand and deepen family literacy programs, now in 12 sites across our state. The NDE continues to partner with NCFF and NCFL, and because of the energy around family literacy in Nebraska, NCFL will host their annual conference in Omaha in October. The 3 branch meetings. The NDE continues to join our other members of the executive branch in collaboration with the judicial and legislative sectors to improve outcomes for systems-involved youth. Deputy Brian Halstead and I regularly attend these meetings and continue to provide recommendations for higher educational attainment of our at-risk youth. The Coherence Steering Committee. We've highlighted the work around Coherence multiple times, and Amy Rohn and others will present a little more in-depth this morning. I wanted to note that this work brings together many NDE offices in the name of reducing burden on districts. In late April, the NDE brought together a group of NDE, ESU, MTSS, and district staff to continue to plot our next steps. In terms of processes, we have the Every Student Succeeds Act, ESSA plan, or ESSA amendment. The NDE has been working diligently on an amendment to Section 4 of our state ESSA plan pertaining to accountability. The NDE has met with the AAA and Committee of Practitioners and will meet with TAC, the Technical Advisory Committee, next week. Additionally, as part of the amendment process, the NDE must consult with the governor, a process which has begun. Early next week, we'll post the draft plan amendment for public comment and bring the amendment to you for your final approval next month. Legislation. The NDE has been busy providing expert advice and analysis to legislators and staff. The NDE has been working closely to develop amendment language and tweaks to bills contained in LB 705, the Education Omnibus Bill, and LB 681 and 583, the Governor's Education Finance Package. Additionally, the NDE is pleased with the recommended budget from the Appropriations Committee contained within LB 814. NSCAS growth proctoring. The window for spring NSCAS growth closes on May 12th, and as of today, almost 90% of all testing events have occurred. The Teacher Shortage Steering Committee. In partnership with the Nebraska Association of Colleges of Teacher Education, and as part of a statewide investment of ESSER funds to address the educator shortage, the NDE hosted stakeholders in Lincoln to create recommendations for the State Board to consider in addressing the educator shortage. These included the development of an educator survey to understand more deeply the experiences of educators, developing a plan for reducing administrative burden on teachers, and continuing to support meaningful pay increases for educators. Assessment and Accountability Advisory Committee. The AAA met in April to provide guidance and input on proposed updates to our state's ESSA plan. Now for some pride points. Well, we had the Native Youth Gathering. Over 300 Native youth and staff members gathered in Norfolk last week to learn with each other. Our staff worked collaboratively with tribal councils and youth-serving organizations to gather youth to learn about Native culture, career options, and strengthen future Indigenous leaders. The gathering helped enhance individual and collective understanding of emotional, mental, and physical well-being. The state government leadership certificates. Naomi Coles, who leads NDE's help desk, received the state government leadership certificate after a year-long fellowship with other Nebraska government teammates. This rigorous learning opportunity focuses on leadership, building team culture and morale, government ethics, and effective team management, and we congratulate Naomi. Teacher of the Year Washington Week. Nebraska's Teacher of the Year, Renee Jones, attended CCSSO's Washington Week last week. Renee and the other Teachers of the Year networked, toured DC sites, and met with policymakers, including President and First Lady Biden. NSCAS meetings with districts. Dr. Trudy Clark and colleagues from NWEA met with several districts to discuss NSCAS growth implementation needs. Together, Dr. Clark and NWEA met with Columbus Lakeview, Millard, Papillion and La Vista, Westside Public Schools, and have plans to meet with ESU 6, Seward, LPS, and OPS. We're thankful for Dr. Clark's continued dedication to making our assessment work for our schools. And lastly, our schools begin to wrap up this school year, and the NDE will be busy with the following. SEAC, the Special Education Advisory Committee, which will meet on Thursday, May 11th, and will be focusing on methodology for determinations, legislative updates, and priority setting for special education. The TAC, or Technical Advisory Committee, will also meet on May 11th and have a full agenda, mainly focused on the accountability system and proposed changes to the ESSA plan. The Statewide Accreditation Committee meeting will meet and convene in Lincoln on May 16th. And among other topics, the committee will consider their annual recommendation for accreditation of our public and non-public schools. The CTSO State Officer Leadership Academy. Each year, the state officers for all career and technical student organizations convene at the State Leadership Conference, and this will take place in Ashland at the end of the month, and the state officers will engage in professional learning, advocacy training, and much more. And hearings on Rules 20, 21, and 24, and Title 93. Hearings for revisions to Rule 20 for the approval of teacher education programs, Rule 21 pertaining to educator certification, and Rule 24 regarding endorsements will all be held virtually on May 31st. These changes reflect months of engagement and feedback from the field, the state board, and other policymakers and stakeholders. And this concludes my May report to the board. Thank you.
I have a question.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. Deborah?
Great, as always. Thank you to everyone for the amazing work that happens here. If you don't have the answer now today, if we can be sent it, but I am curious, since you did mention the assessments and school districts across the state had the option of which, not the summative, but the formative tests they wanted to take. Do we know the numbers of how many students were opted into NSCAS growth versus how many students opted into MAP growth for the form? Do we know that number, percentage of students or actual number of students? Do we know how many students, did many school districts opt into, I know there was a concern that we might not have 5,000, the minimum needed. Did many of the school districts, did we meet that 5,000 student threshold?
Ms. Neary, I don't have that number with me because I don't have Dr. Clark, but certainly we can get you some
Okay.
information about that.
That would be
'cause I'm not
awesome. I
seeing it.
appreciate
Certainly.
that. Thank you.
Surely.
Agenda item 3.2, the Nebraska MTSS Coherence Project. Deputy Commissioner Friesen, would you like to provide any introductory comments for that group's presentation?
Well, as that group is coming forward, we certainly have appreciate the work around MTSS. I know this report will be real fun to tell you of all the collaborations going on. I mentioned Amy Rome, but I also see Dr. Zainab Rita is coming forward, and Dr. Marissa Payzant, and Dr. Shirley Vargas. So thank you, team.
Yeah, right here. Gotcha.
Right. Good morning, board. Happy to be here to share with you one of the statewide ESSER investment. My colleagues and I here to provide you with an update about the Coherence project, how this project started, where are we now, and where we are heading, the future plans for the Coherence project. Before we get started, I would like to set the stage and Thank you. And just to define what the word coherence. Coherence is the degree to which our streams from a unified whole and speak to each other, reflecting the same language and theory of change. It's basically consists of the depth of understanding about the purpose and the nature of the work. So the Department of Education has spent in the past few years reviewing and looking at the work of the coherence or the efficiency and coherence of many offices at the department, and we are trying to see how our work is connected and how we promote the consistency to our schools and to the district, which ultimately to support our students. So during COVID, or because of COVID, the department, we engaged in planning of ESSER funds. We hosted many focus groups that trying to hear the feedback from our stakeholders, including school district leaders, and also from our partners, including ESUs, and even we had many internal conversation at the NDE, trying to hear back what was working and what was not working. And the result pretty much indicate that there is a disconnection, or there is lack of coherence. So there are a lot of initiatives, a lot of work happening, but they're not sure if there is what are the connection and if there are any alignments. So in response to this feedback from our stakeholders, the 4 administrators from 4 different offices, Office of Teaching, Learning and Assessment, Special Education, Coordinated Student Support Services, Coordinated School and District Support, get together with their team and try to see how we can connect our work and what we need to do in order to strengthen the clarity of the work of our offices. So basically what we did, we invited the teams, and we tried to create the Coherence project. It's basically strengthen the clarity of the coherence of the connection to the academic, the whole child, school improvement, accreditation, all these projects, how they all connected to each other, and put in the goal or the center, how we try to focus on the well-being of each student by keeping them safe, supported, engaged, and challenged as well. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Vargas and to take it from here.
Love it. One of the first things that we had to do was actually think through a shared vision and language of the 4 offices that Zainab just described, right? So that meant that we had to think about what are the things that we're already doing in our individual offices and create a model for school support. We also needed to make sure we were using similar, if not the exact language, so that there isn't inconsistency when we talk about school improvement, when we talk about continuous improvement, when we talk about leadership, what all these things mean. And then ultimately do internal training so that each of our offices and our staff members who are going out across the different schools and ESUs are sharing the same message and are incorporating that into all the trainings that they were doing. So essentially, the scope of the work was really to truly align, define, and streamline a lot of these work streams. We have 4 different offices here, and we'll show you a graphic later on, but you can only imagine the number of rules and regulations that each of us are operating under. So there's a lot of push and pull at some moments, right? It isn't like we all woke up and was like, this is amazing, let's all do it. But we'll talk a little bit more about that in subsequent slides. But what we did know is that we needed to start from a point of strength, and that was Nebraska multi-tiered systems of support. So leveraging the NeMTSS system was truly the place for us to say, let this be the actual framework that we are going to focus on and ensure that there is alignment, coherence, and in some instances, integration of work. So what did that actually mean? If we're striving for coherence, we need to actually understand what is incoherent. So like you heard Dr. Rita mention earlier, we spoke to a variety of stakeholders, and what we found was that there was a lot of friction, right? A lot of times people are confused, or because, lack of not knowing or knowing so much, there was stalled action, things didn't actually happen. Also what we heard was that leaders at time, because they had to do something to meet a particular law, a particular rule, a particular regulation, they didn't do something else. And just because they were like, well, if I don't do this thing, that means I can't check this thing off, or maybe I can't spend these funds this way, so I have to continue to silo things. So we wanted to make sure that we understood the why behind those things. And then ultimately, we also understand that when there is incoherence, more often than not, the ones that are the receiving end are our most vulnerable students, especially those who come from different backgrounds, different experiences. But not all is lost, right? We know that there's some positive impacts when we figure out what can we do about coherence. So like mentioned, we knew that we definitely had to increase our common language use, right? We had to make sure that we are having a shared vocabulary and shared language. We also knew that when that streamline happens, that we can coordinate our messages to schools, to ESUs, to districts, in order for that communication and work to be streamlined, and ultimately to make connections more easily identifiable. So just because I say NeMTSS, it doesn't mean I no longer think about AQuest or don't think about ESSA. Like, those things are really present for me, but it's also in service of NeMTSS and the work that we do. So to show you a graphic of what we were actually talking about here, right, you see all of these things here, right? I can rattle off the different rules and regulations that are all tied into this, but what's really important here is it's specific to strengthening clarity and connection so that there's a strategic focus on the well-being of each child, which means academic and non-academic needs. So it's really important that we continue to focus on here, and then Dr. Pazant is going to take us through the next slides.
Okay, so these bullet points just go a little bit deeper on some of what you see in this graphic and what some of the connections are. But MTSS really is designed through the lens of continuous improvement. We don't want to think of it as just something that we put into place when a student is struggling. It's something, it's implementation science, and it's something that we can really use to look at all kinds of needs in a school context. It connects to the AQuest domains in which accountability to students and staff relies, and it's really centered around the tenets of educator effectiveness, student achievement and growth, positive partnerships, relationships, and success. And then some of the messaging that I know Amy and her team have worked so hard on over the last few years. MTSS is not the job of a designated person in a building. It's everybody's responsibility, and nobody should be working on that in isolation. It's a process that unfolds progressively, sometimes not as quickly as we would want, but it should be driving district, school, and student level teams toward a common purpose. And maybe I would add a common language there, and collaboration. And at the end of the day, ensures each and every student has access to learning experience that enhance their educational outcomes.
All right, so I'm going to wrap it up for you today and kind of trying to draw your attention to all the fun that we have been having and the fun that we will plan on continuing to have. So as Dr. Rita said, we started this journey in 2020. Actually, we started in 2019, but with the use of ESSER funds in 2020. But we're going to really start our focus at 2021. So we aligned the 4 offices and created what we call the administrative group to really create that coherence goal. It became multifaceted, as you can probably understand with all the different offices. But how did we ultimately streamline everything that we did? So then in March through May of 2021, we designed a series of planning sessions aligned to the core actions in the Nebraska framework for renewal and acceleration. So if you remember that time frame in 2021, it gave us an opportunity to really work with districts and think about what is working in the offset of that crisis time. So how are you really renewing and accelerating the learning that needs to happen for your students? Then in May and through December, we leveraged and collected that specific data to determine the level of supports that was needed by all students, and in particular, those students who have historically been marginalized. Dr. Rita spoke about those focus groups. We spoke with every single ESU and every single school district to find out what they needed more of in terms of training, support, guidance, all of the things that the NDE could offer, and what were we giving them that was causing them confusion. So then 21-22 school year and 22-23 school year, we began aligning the initiatives and the development and release of the framework document. In September of 22, we finalized and finished our strong internal draft of the new NeMTSS framework called Coherence at Every Level. We developed a messaging video. I think all of you have seen that probably at some point. And then we gained feedback on that framework. So we went from 6 essential elements, tried to condense that, developed 4 strong essential elements that didn't delete or negate any of the initial elements identified, but rather condensed and created coherence even amongst those. And then in January of 2023, we released the new NeMTSS coherence document. From there, we've been holding regional and ESU coherence meetings where, again, we're asking, now that you have the new framework, what doesn't make sense to you? From that, we've met with every single ESU as well as many district leaders and gained additional feedback where we've developed guidance on the questions that have been asked so that we can continue to create that coherence. In March of 2023, Dr. Pazant's office released the elementary instructional planning guidance that has been phenomenal with a full NeMTSS focus. And then this spring, we've been developing our NDE coherence workshops. These are workshops that we are doing in NDE. So offices and teams within NDE are coming together to say, here's what we're doing and here's where it fits. So we started with our 4, we've continuously added new offices on. By the end of all of this work, which the timeline doesn't ever really end, so sorry about that, but at the end of all of this work, every single office in the agency will be a part of the coherence work that is happening. And that's truly because of the leadership and vision that we have with our current deputy commissioner, and so we're very excited about that, and I can't help but give her a little shout out. And then ultimately, this spring, we're also holding those steering committee meetings. We have identified and invited our ESU partners to also be a part of that, because we know that we can't do this work alone, and they're the boots on the ground. They're the ones who truly know our school districts and what supports they're needing. So we've also developed additional coherence build-outs, and our next steps really are to think about how we continue to strengthen that coherence within NDE, strengthen our partnerships with ESUs, create an additional overview videos on the NeMTSS website. We just released videos on evidence-based strategies and how that can work in classrooms. We have a strong focus at one of the initial slides had the ELA proficiencies. As these continue to decrease, the focus on early literacy and the supports that we can provide districts in that space is really important. So thinking about how we continue to put things in the hands of teachers immediately as these crises continue to rise. And then updating our framework workshops. Those have been really popular amongst the state, and we know that they need to continue, so just creating that. And then we've worked really hard to update the continuous improvement planning template, and we'll continue to do that because this, as with all of what we tell districts, is a continuous improvement process. So that's where we're at in the Nebraska MTSS Coherence project. Any questions?
First, I would just say thank you so much. This is such an important project, you know, because as we know, NDE departments are doing great work, but when that work is occurring in silos, the value of the work seems to be diminished without the intention of that happening. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Questions, comments from board members?
When do we get invited to the ESU workshop so we can see what's going on. So we're part of the Coherence.
Yeah, we will absolutely let you know of those. You'll also receive an invitation, as you do annually, to the Nebraska MTSS Summit, which is held in October, so that you can really start seeing the work in action. We just learned today that Lisa Moody and her colleagues are going to be one of our Lunch and Learn sessions, so with a real focus on inclusion with the right supports for students, and thinking about those evidence-based supports will be the focus of transformation through coherence at our summit. So you'll get that invitation as well.
So I have just a quick question. What are you seeing in the department already as the effects of the integration of coherence within your departments? I'd love to have some examples.
Well, I'll start. I know. One of our largest groups that's identified annually through the designation process of school improvement under TSI and ATSI is that student group of students with disabilities. So in 2014, when the NeMTSS work really began through the State Systemic Improvement Plan, what we saw is a continued mindset of that work needs to happen separately. Dr. Vargas and I and Marissa developed some really key and intentional school improvement workshops, with the focus being on our student groups that are highest in need. And so I think we're already seeing that when we in an office do something, it can't be in isolation, and we're constantly reaching out to the partners, not just of the coherence work, but within the entire agency, to really think about how this can be more intentional to support school systems as they work to improve specific student groups.
For teaching, learning, and assessment, you know, we house all of the content specialists, so people with, our folks have different subject area expertise. And we've had a lot of turnover, we've had a retirement, a couple people move, and just, you know, it has happened that way. So we have some newer staff, and then we have more new staff starting this summer. So it's really great to have that team kind of coming off the ground, because they're already starting to like shift how they work with schools. So say they go out to an ESU or work with a group of teachers, they're already starting to change their content, like, and just make sure it's all through the lens of NeMTSS and continuous improvement. So that's been really cool to see, but at the same time, we have had to back up quite a bit, because some of those new staff especially just do not have that grounding in Nebraska MTSS. So it's been really cool to see them in that learning curve.
And I can add through our Office of Coordinated Student Support Services, through mental health and school safety, we always work, and we have the framework of NeMTSS as a framework to how to provide equitable services to all the students. Many grant and applications, so we reach out and to all the offices and just, okay, how we're gonna work together and trying to integrate some of that work with the, as Dr. Vargas mentioned, academic and non-academic, both together.
So a couple frames ago, you had a bunch of bubbles. So maybe this is for Dr. Vargas. What is NDE's definition of whole child?
Excellent. I'm going to pass it down to Dr.
Yes. So the whole child, how we keep, again, the students, to keep them safe, and that's when we talk about the school safety, how to keep them supported, so improving their condition of learning. We want to make sure that they are fed, like with the nutrition services. They are also challenged. They like to be challenged, so we are not lowering the standards. It would be the same standards. So that's the definition of the whole child, to keep them supported, engaged, and challenged, and safe.
Any other questions? Thank you again, NeMTSS, coordinating and coherence, I better not say coordinating because that would be confusing, coherence group. And what I really appreciated in some of your comments as well is just that it's not only coherence across through your work, but you're working within your departments to make sure that there's coherence within. So thank you for developing such a comprehensive vision and view and processes for this. Next on the agenda is the President's Report. I read an article in a newspaper about a school board meeting where two of the board members were upset because the superintendent had not included them in the interview and selection process for a counselor in the district. And during that meeting, the superintendent explained to all of the board members that the board is responsible for the hiring of one person, and that person is the superintendent, where it's a responsibility of school administrators to recommend hires to the board for approval. The board president at that time reminded the board members that during their orientation, they had received information and materials to explain the roles and responsibilities of the administrators as opposed to board members, and just encourage board members to look back at those materials if they had additional information or thoughts. But even with those explanations, those two board members continued to imply that the superintendent was not being transparent because she did not include them in the interview process. Let's use another example. I'm sure you've all been in situations where a boss or maybe a colleague was providing important information, but the information was ambiguous, or it was so complex, or there was so much information that you ended up feeling overwhelmed or confused or frustrated, or a combination of all three. Both of these examples relate to transparency and trust. Transparency is defined as the quality of being visible, of providing others with important, necessary information, especially as that information applies to business practices. So on the surface, when you think about transparency, it would appear that transparency for its own sake would be a good policy. However, business and social science researchers have found the existence of what is called toxic transparency, or I've seen it referred to recently as the dark side of transparency. As individual board members, when we're working in committees, and when we're fulfilling the responsibilities we have as leaders, it's imperative that we provide information to appropriate sources, to our public as well as to ourselves, but that we do that in a way that it does not lead to unintended consequences. When we are being transparent, it's important to know that transparency, to be effective, needs to be intentional, and it needs to be thoughtful. And really, to help us with transparency, there are some questions that we can ask ourselves and answer ourselves to make sure that we're not unintentionally leading to toxic transparency. So the first question really is, what could be shared and why share it? If we go back to the school board meeting example, the superintendent could have shared the process, the interview process, by putting two board members on the interview team, but There was a why involved for her, and the reason she didn't do that is because she recognized that the board does not run the school. The board is responsible for making sure that the school is run effectively by implementing effective policies. So it's really important when you're considering the what and the why to consider them together. Because if you just ask the question of people, why is it important to be transparent? You get all kinds of answers. Like, well, because transparency is a good thing. Or because it's important to try and build trust or to build credibility. Or people need this information, or to help with decision making, or sometimes it's even things like to spur debate or to incite anger. So as we think about transparency, it's important for us to think about that in the context of what could be provided and what's the purpose of providing that information. The second questions really are who benefits from the transparency? And are there some negative impacts that need to be considered? Again, if we go back to the school board meeting example, let's just imagine, I don't believe this really happened, but let's just imagine that some board members suggested to the superintendent that the applications for every person who applied for that open position should be made public. The question you have to answer then is, who does that benefit? You know, what's the purpose for wanting to share the names of all of those individuals? And on the flip side of that, are there some negative impacts or implications for those people who applied for the position? Now, do they have some privacy rights that should be considered? And the point I'm really making here is that I think we're always talking about a balance, right? A balance of what needs to be shared, but then also what are some of the implications for sharing that particular information? Another question that really has been interesting to me in reading through transparency research is that timing matters, of when you share information, when you provide access to information to other people, really makes a difference. Imagine a situation where, as individuals, you're told that you are wanted to be part of a decision-making process, an important decision. And in order to make this decision, there's lots of information that needs to be considered and thought about and reflected on. But as a group, you're only provided the information the night before the decision's going to be made. I use this example because in my own experience, I've been in a couple of situations like that, and I've had colleagues say to me when that happened, they really don't want us to make the decision, right? If they really wanted us to be part of decision-making, that information would have been shared much sooner, much earlier. I also think of with the little boy who cried wolf from Aesop's Fables. You know, the little boy, the shepherd boy who kept crying wolf when there was no wolf. And then when the wolf appeared, the villagers did not believe him, right? So there's something to be said about sharing accurate information, but also think about the timing of that. If information is shared too early, you know, if you say, the wolf is coming, the wolf will come, that by doing that before the information is really needed, you really have the potential for that to cause a lack of trust in individuals. It's also really important to think about and consider how much information needs to be shared. How many documents do you want to make accessible to yourselves or to the public? Because we know, as the example that I started with, if you're provided information and it's really confusing and it's complicated and there's so much of it, you just can't filter through what's really important, that can also lead to a sense of mistrust. A research from the business community that might serve as an example, an employer was going to implement a new bonus program, and the decision was made to share as much information with employees as possible. So not only did they share information about what the new bonus program would look like, they also were sharing information about different pay levels, pay scales, performance indicators for each kind of level of position in the company. And the employer went into that process because he believed that by doing that, it would lead to more sense of joint accountability on the part of the employees, and that it would help maintain the sense of trust that had been found within the company. And what they found in this research was, the result was just the opposite, that there was so much information that individuals, the accountability among the individuals decreased, and there was an increased sense of mistrust. So really, an important point that I'm making here is, even though we think that the lack of transparency is what creates mistrust or contributes to it, we also have to understand that sometimes in being transparent, we end up creating some mistrust. David Horsiger, who wrote the book, The Trust Edge, identified 8 pillars of trust, and he said all of those pillars of trust obviously work together when you are determining whether you trust an entity or an individual. And I'm not going to talk through all of those pillars, but I wanted to pull out 4 of them just to kind of show the relationship, in a sense, between transparency and trust. Those 4 are clarity, competence, consistency, and connectability. Clarity is just as the name implies. You know, we're more inclined to trust people if we know what they expect of us and they know what they can expect in return, right? And in terms of communication, a number of the examples that I provided of questions really relate to that sense of clarity. You know, is the information pertinent? Is it the right amount of information? Is it provided when people need it? Is there clarity? Competence is just as the name implies. We're more likely to trust people if they're capable, if they're competent. We don't trust the handyman who comes to our house and clearly does not know what he is doing, right? We're not willing to trust people who appear incompetent. You know, we talk about, for example, receiving information from trusted sources. Those are sources that are deemed to be coming from competent organizations and people. With that connectability, that really also kind of ties to people who are responsible and they fulfill their responsibilities. They take action, they get results. Let's put a couple of these back in the context of the superintendent school board example. The superintendent is clearly a competent, capable leader. I mean, this is a person who's received awards for being an outstanding school leader. And the system there in the district that is used for interviewing potential employees it's very systematic, it's inclusive, it's based on best practices. So there is competence there on the part of that superintendent. And that superintendent also understands her responsibility in relationship to the responsibility of the board. I'm pointing this out because trust is a two-way street, right? It's a two-way process. In that situation, I've really been thinking about, I wonder how how she will be able to trust those board members who continued to feel like she was not being transparent. And finally, consistency. Consistency really relates to sometimes a lot of little things. For the sake of being transparent, the reason that I am giving you this board report is because of several things that happened at our last board meeting. You know, and we talk as a board about the importance of being transparent, and that is important. But when I've been hearing that, I am thinking, what does that really mean? You know, and how do we be transparent in an effective way? And during the board meeting last week, there were 2 times from a leadership standpoint that I felt like I was not being consistent. And there was a potential for me not to be consistent. And I was really concerned about that in terms of how does that impact the public? Because consistency is, and Kurt loves consistency, but it's a matter, right, of doing what you're going to, what you say you're going to do. It's a matter of sameness. It's a matter of being predictable. That's really what consistency is. The first example I wanted to share with you was at the point in our meeting where we were going to perhaps make some changes to the commissioner's contract. I said, because I was being transparent, trying to be transparent, that we would recess for 5 minutes. I grossly underestimated the amount of time that it was going to take us as a board to really do what we needed to do in order to have that motion to make that change. And I was thinking about that as we were taking longer and longer and thinking, oh man, I gave information to our public that now I'm not able to follow through on. And I also thought it was really interesting because when I came and sat back down, Kirk, what did you say to me? Do you remember? You said, that was an awfully long 5 minutes, right? People notice those things, even though they seem like they're small and insignificant, they are not. A second example then was when we were recessing for lunch. In our agenda, it says that public comment will be on or about 1 o'clock. I'm always trying to think ahead to try and have us be as close to 1 as possible, but obviously we can never really predict how long discussions are going to occur or what kinds of things might cause us to be going a little bit longer than we expected. So I intentionally made the decision that we would recess and reconvene at 1:15. And part of the reason I went with 1:15 was because there were a couple of business items that I really needed to try and address and talk to people about. And I wanted to make sure that I didn't have a second that was an awfully long hour, right, by telling people that we would be back at 1:15. I was thrilled that all of us were back in our seats by 1 o'clock. Do you remember that? We were all back in our seats and ready to go. And I was really pleased about that. But I knew I couldn't reconvene until 1:15. Now, I could have, literally, but from a perspective of being consistent and trying to build a sense of trust and maintain that trust, I needed to wait because I told the public, some of them who were ready to give public comment and had left the room, knowing that they needed to be back for 1:15, I thought, what would their impression be of us if they came back and we were already starting and had started public comment? So those are things that really seem on the surface to be very small. But my point in all of this is just that I think as board members, we all know that we have an obligation to provide information, to make information accessible for the public as well as for ourselves, but that we need to be really careful in that process of being transparent so that we don't unwittingly lead to toxic transparency or that we're not led into the dark side of transparency. That concludes the President's report.
My mic's not on. Oh, there we go. So, I guess my clarifying question is going to start with some background because we have had a culture here for a very long time, a rubber stamp culture that has been dangerous and has led us to things like health standards being released that were not reviewed by the board committee that was supposed to review it, that we've had NSCAS growth causing a tremendous amount of problems for our local school districts. And because of these problems, and because of the complete lack of transparency that we have had in the culture of the state board for so long, that I believe it is very important for us to swing the pendulum a little bit the other way in order to make sure that we are being completely honest and transparent and forthcoming about every detail. This has been such an unhealthy, dangerous culture that we have had here that we need to be asking questions. We need to make sure that we are disclosing everything. And so I am wondering if you don't agree with what I've just said.
I would first say, Deborah, that I believe we can always be better than we are. I also believe you're referencing in the past, and I see that we are in the process of transforming as a board. I see that we are sharing more information, pertinent information. I see that the department is providing additional information as a way of making sure that as a board, we have the information that we need in order to make sound decisions. Transparency doesn't mean not asking questions, right? Because you mentioned we need to ask questions. I agree we need to ask questions. That's not at all really what's part of transparency. I mean, sometimes when we receive information, it is not clear to us for lots of reasons, right? I was thinking about that the other day with an executive committee meeting because for a number of reasons, I didn't get some information to the committee members until the night before. And I also then came to realize in the meeting that I didn't provide enough of the background information to really help. But we have committee members who are willing to say, hey, can we back up with this and can you provide additional information about this, right? What is it that we're trying to accomplish? So I think asking those questions is really important. And when you do that, sometimes that can lead to a sense of clarity that otherwise you wouldn't have. So being in the position that we encourage questions is really important to transparency.
I have found, even as recent as yesterday, that there is still somewhat of a culture here at NDE that doesn't want questions, that wants us to approve the recommendations of the NDE team working in a silo without listening to our superintendents and all of the stakeholders that we need to be listening to. So I have a concern about your talking about this today when we have had a culture for so long that still there are remnants of it that exist, that we aren't transparent, we aren't working in partnership, we aren't getting the feedback and conversation that needs to happen. And so I'll not say anything further, but you know how I feel about this, and I feel like transparency is the most important thing that we can do right now to build trust, because so much trust has been lost over the last few years.
Right, and I think one of the things I said is that one why for transparency is to build trust and to build credibility. So those are valid reasons for being transparent, but in doing that, there are things that need to be considered. I guess I'd really like for other boards to respond, Jacqueline?
Yeah, so I guess this was more philosophical more than anything. Listening to the president's report, it's a different format. I think you use a different format than we are accustomed to. And I think as the president, I respect that. You get to make that decision. But I think if we're gonna have this insightful, let's think about this as a board and you guys should consider this and let's talk about what I've read and things like that, there's gonna have to be an opportunity for us to respond, because I think it's for me uncomfortable to listen to things like that and then not know if you're going to allow me to weigh in, or we just take it. I mean, not like you're beating us, but that we just, listen and then say, okay, because we don't have a board member's report to be able to weigh in on. And so I want to be respectful of you as, the president. And so I don't want to, comment on your report if this is not the time. But if this is going to be the format, I would just ask that you consider us and allow us to have an opportunity to respond in the future, because it's something that sparks a debate or sparks a conversation, but then we are kind of just at the mercy of listening. And that, I think, is maybe not fair. And if we're talking about transparency and we're talking about, building trust, I think that's got to be a consideration. So
I guess I'm confused, Jacqueline, because I am thinking that what you're doing right now is responding, and that there's conversation about the report. So you're suggesting you would want a more formal response, or?
I guess I think right now we're being allowed to respond, but I think there's been time in the future where we've been cut off from responding to a president's report. And so I just don't know what the consistency is going to be about whether our input is solicited and welcomed, or, what you see as the format from here and going in the future. And I'll respect either one. I just kind of want to understand what that format's going to be.
And thank you for pointing that out, because that consistency is important, right? My intent is always to provide some opportunity for response. Sometimes I'm not anticipating, I guess, as much response. And so the timekeeper in me starts playing, like, how long can I gather responses? But I don't ever want that to be deemed to mean that I don't want conversation to continue, because we're all working in this together and it's our opportunity to be better as a board. So thank you for that. Lisa?
Right now, I'm just thinking about during the commissioners process, we all had shared our opinions, which is healthy. And then we all voted the same way when we talked about the contract. And I've heard some of the people that opposed the first part of that process come around and recently say to the media, we work as a team. And so more recently, I don't want to concentrate on the past. I want to concentrate on now and the future, working as a team. We're not always going to agree. We're all individuals representing our constituents and representing our knowledge from our experience to move education forward for all students. And when I start to feel uncomfortable about something that's said, I try and rewind, refocus. What are we going to do that's best for kids? So moving forward, I want to work as a team, even though we might not agree on everything. We're individuals, but we can work as a team. And that's what I hope for this board. And always remember the focus. Making education an opportunity for all kids to have access to what they need to be successful in the future. So right now I'm just feeling very uncomfortable, kind of nervous, But that's what I hope for all of us, that after this moment, we turn it around and do some good from this conversation, because everybody's conversation and input is important. And I appreciate your input, Deborah's, Jacqueline's, but let's move forward as a team.
I have another question.
I'd just like to respond first, Deborah.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. And, you know, you bring up an important point, because I could tell from body language that you weren't the only person who was uncomfortable. But I'm glad that we are at the point as a board that we can have these kinds of conversations, right? Because that's what ultimately leads us to being able to work together. So thank you. Yeah, Deborah?
Well, just something that Jacqueline said kind of made me think of something too. It's, you know, everything on the agenda, we know about the topics, we know about in advance, and we can talk about them, or think about them and process them so that we are prepared with our comments. But when we come and you're presenting a new topic that we were not forewarned about and we don't know it's coming, then we don't really have time to process our thoughts about this. And I just wonder, because I want to be respectful of the public that are paying attention, if things about how we work together aren't better for a work session than they are for a formal board meeting. I just feel like my opinion is that we could serve our constituents better by talking about real policy items and maybe working on some of this in a work session on a Thursday afternoon sometime, if you think that there are some challenges that we need to work through.
And I didn't present this with the notion that it's a challenge. I was trying to present it with the notion that it was informational, because I believe we're always in the process of learning. And so it really wasn't presented as we're doing something wrong. That was not my intent, so I'm sorry if that was misinterpreted. But I guess I intentionally presented this report because I think this is something that is also beneficial for our public to think about and to learn from. So it was presented for us as a board, but I did it in this format for that reason. But I appreciate your comment, because I think if we want things to be more in-depth conversations, then probably a work session would be a more appropriate time to do that.
I'd like to respond to that. I guess you were elected president to speak on our behalf, and I just always assumed that it was things that we agreed on, or at least a majority of the people agreed that these are things that you'd be speaking on. And so I didn't know that it was the president's role to decide what the public needed to hear during the president's report without there being some previous conversation, unless there was a previous conversation in the executive committee that I'm not aware of. But I would hope that when we decide what the public needs to hear, that it might be something that we've already had some sort of discussion about.
I think that just boils down to, again, that notion of responsibilities. And so we probably have some disagreement about, I think I do more than just speak on behalf of the board. So I think I saw a hand up. Patsy?
Well, the fact that we can discuss things like this with each other in a respectful way speaks a lot for our board, with the public watching it, and whether we question why it was brought up or not, the conversation has occurred, and so far, I think in a very respectful way of you, Madam President. I was uncomfortable with your presentation, not because of the topic, but because it seemed not to fit where it was. Not that I didn't want to discuss it with you. I discuss almost anything with the president of this board and all of the members now. I feel confident that you would all be listening to me now, which in the past I have not always felt that way. So I think that we've talked about this, and I think the lesson learned is that it might be a good idea to run it by us once before it hits the ground running. But as president of this board, you get to make a lot of decisions that some people may not understand. However, there were more than one person in the room uncomfortable with the conversation. So you should know that. And that is, and this is my last statement, that is because there have been things in the past that were not transparent.
Yeah, and thank you for that, Patsy. I appreciate that. And I guess a part of me feels like it's important for us to be okay with being uncomfortable. I guess I would say that. But I respect what you are saying, and I'm not focused on what our history has been. I'm focused on who we are now and an opportunity for us to be even better. So thank you for that discussion. Jacqueline?
Yeah, I just want to comment. So now I'm going to comment specifically about what you said. I do agree with you about talking about transparency, because I think that is a word that gets thrown around rather quickly, and that may not be the word that people are searching for. And so I think when people don't know something, or that they don't like the process, or they don't like the outcome, someone might say, well, it wasn't transparent, but it doesn't mean that it wasn't transparent. People could have outlined the process, they could have told you what the process is, they could have told you when the process was occurring, but because it didn't happen at a certain time or in a certain way, or wasn't communicated a certain way, then we say it wasn't transparent. And it's not that it wasn't transparent, it's maybe you didn't know, or you didn't ask or seek. And that, I'm saying this in the context actually of work, not on the board, but I've experienced that before. And so I think we need to talk more about what our expectations of transparency are. If there is a committee that's formed, or if it's a committee that's doing work, people should say, you know, I know you were elected to be on, or appointed to that committee, you represent me on the full board. These are the things that I would like to know. These are the things I would like to know more about. And there's sometimes that a board member may come to me and say, hey, did you know that this was on my committee's agenda? Nope, don't know anything about it, but if you want to bring me more information to research it and I can learn and I can review it, I will. But in my normal course of business, I'm probably not going through other committees' agendas, because keeping up with my own is a part-time job. And so I think we just need to, as a board, define what those expectations are of people. And I think this is also an important conversation when we elect who our president is going to be, and who our vice president is going to be, and who our chairs are going to be. We have, if we think that there is a leadership issue, or we are not happy with the way that our president or whoever is running a committee or chairing the board, we have an opportunity as board members to look at our leadership structure and say, this is what my expectations are. And we have elections every January to consider that. So I think we have things in place to control that. And so we just have to, as a board, set those expectations. The last thing I would say is, I think I have grown as a board member since I've been on the board. I'm probably not the same person I was 2 years ago. And when we talk about transparency, there are things that we can disclose to people as shock. And it's, are we shocking the system because we think that that's the way that it has to be to change it? Or are we just shocking the system to embarrass the system? And I think that we as a board, if we're going to move forward after all of the things that we've been through the past couple of years, if we're going to shock the system, it has to be because there's a piece of this, we have to do that to make change. If we're only doing it to embarrass the system, we're not helping the board, we're not helping the system, and we're not helping kids. And so I think too much of the second one is still existing, or has happened too much, and we need a little bit more of the first one rather than the second one. So those are my thoughts on what you said.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Yeah, Elizabeth?
One more. So, I know that last time when we met to consider the commissioner's contract, it did seem like this might be a 5-minute break that we needed. As the person who was working on that process of amending the contract, it only felt like 5 minutes. And so, I think that was a valuable process to have. Unfortunately, it did take more than 5 minutes. It took 25 minutes. Did not feel like 25 minutes. And I'm sure that Deputy Commissioner Halstead and Ryan can attest that the time passed rather quickly for us who were working on that. But it was an important process to have for the public to see. And clearly, with the 8-0 vote to the amendment, it was one that we all felt was a valuable amendment. So I likewise apologize. Even when we sat down, I did not realize how much time had passed. So I do apologize to the public. But I do feel like it was such a valuable thing that we had happen. Absolutely. And so just wanted to weigh in on that.
I was not using that as an example to say that that should not have taken that long. You know, I'm putting that on me as your leader. I should have anticipated that it would take longer than that. So that was on me, and don't apologize for it taking that long because it was important to get that right. And taking the time is what we needed to do to make that happen. So.
Can I just say one more thing?
Sure.
About that topic? I meant to say it when I spoke, but I'm just going to push back a tad bit on that. One of the things that we talked about when we first brought Linda Richardson for the first time is to always remind ourselves that we are not having a public meeting. We are having a meeting of this board in public. And so our responsibility is to do the work of this board. And so it's not, while we are doing this in public and the public can watch us, it's not for the public to make the decisions or to have the expectations of how much time that work of ours should take. And so I'm just going to say, I don't think we should feel bad about that because we were doing our work the way that it should have been done diligently. And if that takes longer, if that takes shorter, the public's watching. I was just reminded because my best friend texted and said, "You look good in coral." But I forget that. But I think that's a good thing because we should forget that because we should be focused on the work. So I guess I know that you guys may, I don't want to say feel bad about it, but I don't think you should because that's what we're here for.
Thank you. And I'm always thinking of things from a leadership standpoint. So thank you for reminding me. Thank you for the discussion. I know this was not an easy discussion and not an easy topic, but I hope that you feel that the conversation was beneficial and that you gained something from that discussion. Agenda item 5, approve the consent agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
I move to adopt the consent agenda.
Is there a second to the motion?
I second that motion.
Thank you, Patsy. It has been moved and seconded to adopt the consent agenda per board policy. There is no discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Jones?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
Fricke? Yes. Kojans?
Yes.
Morrison?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas, the affirmative has it, and the consent agenda is adopted. The next item of business are reports from the standing committee. Agenda item 6.1, Executive Committee. As chair of the Executive Committee, I will provide the report. The Executive Committee reports on its Thursday, May 4th, 2023 meeting. For board member review, the committee report is attached in Spark. The committee reviewed the 2023 legislative and regulatory priorities. At the request of the Budget and Finance Committee, the committee reviewed BOP 1.07, reimbursement for expenses. The committee agreed that the current practice of reporting monthly travel expenses and approved travel requests to the State Board on a monthly basis is a transparent method of making board member expenses available to the public, as well as communicating to the public that board members are active in school communities. Additionally, the information provides board members with a way to check their expenses and their travel requests. The committee agreed that there will be a 2-day retreat to discuss the topic of bylaw revisions scheduled, hopefully, during the week of July 17th through the 21st. President Goebbels made some revisions to the legislative items on the committee calendar, as timelines have changed due to legislative action. She will send the revised calendar to the committee in the near future. The Executive Committee also met on May 3rd to begin work on reviewing and revising the Commissioner's essential job functions. This concludes the Executive Committee report. Are there any questions on the Executive Committee report? Elizabeth?
Just a quick question. The 2-day retreat to discuss the topic of bylaw revisions, is that a full board retreat or a committee?
Good question. That is a committee retreat. The Executive Committee is responsible for reviewing bylaws and policies. So we will do that review, and then we will present recommendations to the full board at a later time. Thank you for that clarification. Deborah?
I have a question that may need to be answered at another time, but I've been thinking about this for a long time, and since you brought up that there's going to be a retreat, I've had some uncomfortableness around the fact that a consultant that we use, on the surface, it appears, has given a gift to either one or more board members or one or more staff members, and that's on the surface. Just from my witnessing that, something that looked uncomfortable to me, and no one disclosed to me whether the gift they received was actually paid for by that consultant or not. And so what it has made me think about is, what is the process that we're using to hire a consultant to work with the board? And will there be a consultant hired to work with the Executive Committee for this? And what is the process for that? Because when I asked all those questions about when we hired a consultant in January for the board orientation, at the time, the board president at the time had no knowledge that a consultant had even been hired to work with the board. And so if the board president isn't involved in that discussion and the NDE is making that decision, like, do we think as a board that we should be having some input into what consultants are being used and how much we're spending on those consultants? So I guess my first question is there a consultant being hired for this, and what is the process? And I also just have a question around, you know, any sort of 2-day retreat that doesn't involve the full board is a concern to me. 3 of those board members are up for re-election, and I haven't heard that any of them are running again. So so we're basically going to have one person who's going to be on that retreat that is going to still be on the board in 2024. So I don't understand why we would spend, it's going to cost us money whether we're hiring a consultant or not, because it is a lot of staff time that's going to be incorporated. But I also just feel like if we're talking about building a new culture and moving forward and building trust, why are we doing that with only 4 members of the board? Those are my questions.
Okay, I will answer the first part of your questions with your questions related to what's the process for hiring a consultant. Really is not related to the report, so I hold on to that. There is no consultant being hired for a 2-day retreat. The Executive Committee is responsible for reviewing in our bylaws. It states the Executive Committee is responsible for reviewing and recommending revisions to bylaws and policies. That is why the Executive Committee members are part of that, and only the members who are part of that process. That is also why we go through those bylaws and policies, and why I've also encouraged you at this point, if you have some things related to policy that you would like for us to take a look at, to get those to us, because we certainly want to be receptive to that. But when we do that, we will present to the board probably during a work session. We haven't thought that far ahead, but so that there's an opportunity for board member input related to any of those recommended changes.
Being on the executive committee, we're responsible for the policy and bylaws overview. And when we discussed having a retreat, I didn't even think along those lines. My idea is that we needed time to be together, all together, in an extended amount of time to do all the work that's in, whoops, I put it away. I had my bylaws and book here. But it's going to take time, and there's just not enough time the Thursday before the board meeting. And Zooms sometimes aren't as effective as being in person and being able to all see the same resources at the same time in the same way. So I'm looking at this as part of my responsibilities being on the executive committee, and that once we decide the changes that potentially need to be made, that they would be presented on a Thursday where all board members can look at our work. It's like an ad hoc committee. We deem them responsible to come up with something, and then they share it with us. Well, we deemed it necessary to do this so that we can put something together that the board could look at during a session. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yeah, on this, I would just concur with Lisa. I know the word retreat was there, but I think you could take off the word retreat and just say 2-day long committee meeting, because that's kind of all we were thinking. But allocating us full days that we were all there together to be able to work on this, so that we're not trying to do this piecemeal and doing it all together. And I think any other committee of the board could set up something similar to work on any type of work that you guys have. As far as some of us being up for re-election, that's 1.5 years from now. And so if we're going to be questioned about the work that we're doing in that committee, then you're questioning the work I'm doing every single day, because I'm up for re-election no matter what until the end of 2023. So I guess we didn't look at it that way either. But the last thing I would just say is we're going to bring it back to the full board, and then all of the people who were just elected can vote it down or up, or say go back and do it again, and we'll go back and do it again. So we're not isolating and deciding this on our own. We're still bringing it back. This was just an opportunity to do the work. And as someone who, it's very hard for me to find 2 and 3 hours during my work day to work on this and then go back to work, and it's the easiest thing to do. I don't know. I just didn't see it that way.
May I respond? Using the word committee meeting is entirely different, and I understand for the committees that I've led, definitely have extra meetings when needed. The word retreat, though, since that was used, implies something very visionary, about how we're going to do our work, and so that was the word that I felt was more long-term planning and, above and beyond just committee work. So, yeah, I definitely think it's great. You guys are willing to spend 2 days. You're much better board members than I am. But I would like to see if the executive committee could come back with us at some future time and let us know what the process is for deciding on consultants. I did ask that of our finance committee chair back in January if that could be on our agenda. We were busy back then. I haven't brought it up again. I don't know where the committee is that is best to discuss that, but it is something that I feel like needs some attention, because as I said, when we're hiring consultants, when there's the appearance of concerns and for the board, and the board president is involved, or the board members, then I just maybe think that is worth some discussion. Thank you.
Jacqueline? I think that would be appropriate to request to put on the next meeting agenda, and then we can have a whole discussion.
I didn't know if it needed to go to a committee first, and I'll let Patty decide.
Patsy?
Deborah, you're right, you did ask our committee to research that, and I won't make any excuses, but we've had like 20 things on both meetings that I've worked on this as chair, but I have it in my minutes now, my notes, and so I will go to our president and ask for it to be something that we discuss. Okay.
Agenda item 6.2, Budget and Finance Committee. Chair Patsy Kojans will provide a report from Budget and Finance Committee.
First of all, I'd like to thank my staff member that works with me, Bryce Wilson. He's absolutely wonderful. We meet ahead of time, and he gets every little detail as we go through the meeting and make sure that I'm on the right track when we're in the meeting. The Budget and Finance Committee reports that on its Thursday, May 4th, 2023 meeting, members present were myself, Elizabeth Techtmeyer, Sherry Jones, and Deborah Neary, all hardworking committee members. The committee reviewed the 2023-24 medical consulting contracts for DDS and NDEs. For DDS, NDE staff provided an overview and explained these individuals will be reviewing patient files as required by the Social Security Administration. The committee supported bringing this item to you as the board. The next item reviewed was a proposed contract with UNO for Afghanistan studies. This contract is a result of a sub-grant from DHHS to NDE to assist with this work, which supports Afghan students from refugee families by providing training for teachers of Afghan students. Let's see. From refugee families by providing training for teachers of Afghan students. The committee supported bringing this item to the board also for a vote. The third action item reviewed by the committee was a contract with Utah State University for technical assistance for excellence in special education teaching. The vendor was the only response received during the RFP process, and it is the vendor that has been providing these services previously. The committee recommends bringing this item to the full board. The committee then reviewed grants to the ESU that provide early childhood education training. The committee reviewed the full scope of grants, including the grants over $50,000 that require the board's approval. The committee recommended bringing this item to the full board. NDE staff discussed the proposed innovative grant funds, which are aligned with the board's priorities and were covered in detail during the April committee meeting. NDE staff highlighted one item added to the proposed list since last month's committee meeting that addresses chronic absenteeism. The committee supported bringing this item to the board also. The last action item was a second round of proposed funding for comprehensive support for improvement schools, which was reviewed in depth last month before approving the final rounds of grants. The committee supports bringing this item to the full board. Additionally, the committee reviewed the monthly board travel expense reports and in-state authorization, noting no concerns. Lastly, NDE staff reviewed work being done that will result in action items being brought to the board next month, including the procurement that is being undertaken for any contracts. There are 3 action items that will be coming to the board next month. The items were for approval of the revision grant for NTE, new and expansion grants for pre-kindergarten programs in public schools, and for a contract to provide training for school districts on ways to assist homeless children and youth throughout the state. The committee was also briefed on NDE's quarterly budget status and noted no concerns. This concludes the Budget and Finance Committee report. Patsy Kojon's chair.
Thank you, Patsy. Are there any questions on the report? Jacqueline?
Just one question. On the action item for us to contract with the University of Nebraska Center for Afghanistan Studies, it says that we received a 2-year refugee school impact supplemental grant. And so I'm just wondering, I know that we have a very large refugee population in Omaha and not just an Afghan refugee population. There are many cultures and countries from which students come. And so were there other federal grants for students from other countries that we sought, or was this the only country from which the grants were available?
Okay, I can.
Can we wait on that? Because that is an action item, right? That's coming up as an
Okay.
action item. Jacqueline, would you please bring that back up when we get to that as an action item?
I can. I guess I thought it was appropriate to see if they discussed it in the committee meeting.
We did discuss it during the committee meeting, and Madam President, whatever is appropriate, we're prepared to answer those questions.
Yeah. So if there's more need for conversation about that, let's do that once we have a motion related to that action item. With that, I am thinking that we may need to take a break. 5-minute break? A real 5-minute break.
Madam President, may I make a correction to something that I said
Sure.
before we go, so I don't forget it? I said NCTE in my report, and it's simply CTE.
Thank you for the correction. We will recess for 5 minutes. Board members, we are out of recess. We are on agenda item 6.2B. Authorize the Deputy Commissioner to approve the 2023-2024 medical consultant contracts for the Office of Disability Determinations. Is there a motion on item 6.2B?
I'm sorry. I move to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to approve the 2023-2024 medical consultant contracts for the Office of Disability Determinations.
Is there a second to the motion?
I second the motion.
It's moved and seconded to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to approve 2023-2024 medical consultant contracts for the Office of Disability Determinations. Is there any discussion? Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Coe-Johns,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Fricke, Jones,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Morrison,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas, the affirmative has it, and the motion to approve medical consultant contracts is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.2C?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to contract with the University of Nebraska Omaha Center for Afghanistan Studies.
Is there a second?
I second that motion.
It's moved and seconded to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to contract with the University of Nebraska Omaha Center for Afghanistan Studies. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair, I just have a question. Is this grant renewable? Do we know?
Zainab, would you answer that question? Is it renewable?
Okay. I was hoping so. Oh, yeah. She said she didn't know, so everybody could hear that.
Jacqueline?
Yes, so my question that I asked earlier, I would just ask it again. It looks like this is specific to Afghan students and families. Are there other federal grants that are applicable to other countries? And if so, did we apply for them? And if not, why didn't we?
This grant was brought to us, Jacqueline, by the Afghanistan Supplemental Appropriations, ACT to 2022, brought to us, and they asked us to take the grant. So we did not make application for that grant. It was presented to us. And it is for Afghani students only. So as a result of our conversation in our meeting, we decided that we would look in to see if there were other ones, but this one was specifically brought to us to take.
I know you don't want to hear this, but our minds think alike. So I asked the same questions, and what I learned is, to build on what Patsy just said, is that we have only had a passive process where we react when DHHS or somebody else comes to us and we bring it forward. And that was of concern to me, because we all know that sometimes our state government can leave money on the table, either purposely or inadvertently. And I asked the question and was told by our interim deputy commissioner, did I say that right? No, our interim commissioner, by our great leader, that she would, going forward, make sure that staff are initiating those conversations with DHS to ask the questions about other populations that we could be applying for funds for and serving. So, thank you.
Jacqueline? So I just briefly Googled. It looks like it's the Office of Refugee Resettlement. And when I clicked on resettlement services, there's 2 countries that are listed: Afghan Assistant Resources and Ukrainian Assistant Resources. And that's concerning, but that's fine. I know that Omaha we are receiving currently Ukrainian refugees. And so that looks like that may be something we need to actively look into. I think the number I heard recently is that over the coming year, Omaha is going to settle or Nebraska, the state of Nebraska is going to settle between 600 and 700 refugees this year, which is a significant number when you think about students and needing resources and things like that. And so I understand that we're saying we're going to look into it in the future, but I worry that the future is now. And so it would be good to hear back at the next board meeting or within the next, 2 board meetings. I guess we won't meet, but 2 board meetings. What we found, what we know that's out there, and what we may be seeking, because while I am supportive of this, I do worry that we may be overlooking some needs that we have right now.
Patsy?
I think when we finished the meeting, Zainab Rita, who brought this forward, this grant, was in full agreement with what we were saying about that and looking into it. And so I'm sure that she will come back to us with the information that she finds that you've requested.
Can I ask one more question? So it looks like when I look at at this document, it says, this is over the course of May of 2023 through August of 2024. Estimated cost is $100,000 for year to year. I don't know if that's saying $100,000 because we're in year 2 of the grant, or if it's $100,000 for year 1 and year 2. It's a little ambiguous in the document that we got. So do you guys know how much the grant actually is? And also, will NDE staff be retaining a portion of the grant dollars to administer it?
Zainab, would you come forward and answer those financial questions? Thank you.
Right, good morning. I think we're still morning, right? So the first question, I'm glad, Jacqueline, you searched. It's from the office, just to the first one. It's relates from the Office of Refugee and Resettlement. It's a formula grant that Department of Health and Human Services received that grant, and they reached out to us, NDE, to implement the 2 years. And we basically brought this grant back in March, and we received about $1.3 million to work with schools, districts, and community to help Afghan refugees, the students, and their families as well. The formula that we used last time, and we agreed, I think in March, we have kind of the allocation, it was there. We showed that how many students like per each school district, and based on that formula, each will be like OPS, for instance, they have more than 400 students. LPS about 350, and Millard Public Schools about 160 students. So based on the number of students that we allocated the funds. As far as, because it's required, if you look at the required of the grant that we provide to develop and provide professional development opportunities to school districts, including educators and staff, and also to NDE staff and community about the Afghan culture and how to work with the families and students. So UNO they have the Afghan Center there, and they have worked with about 50 Afghan teachers they brought from Afghanistan to work in the United States. And they are now have specialists who will develop those training and professional development opportunity for the educators and for the communities as well.
So my question, when I looked at the document under estimated cost, it says I'm going to read to you exactly what it says. $100,000 for year to year. 2 being the number 2. So what is this? What does that line mean?
So the DHHS, when we received the funds, it was last fall, November 2021 to 2022 till 2024. So it's a 2-year. But the process of getting the contract and working with the partners and getting even the MOU with DHHS signed until April of this year. So that put us behind. So it's about less than 12 months to work with UNO.
So, but we're contracting them for 1 year?
If we approve this now, like now in May, so it's from May till September 2024.
And the amount is $100,000?
About 100,000, it's the maximum.
Okay. And then my last question was, of that $1.3 million grant, how much is the department keeping itself and not distributing to schools or contracting with anyone else?
It's only the indirect cost, which is 12.7% for the administration. So that means like our financial and accounting staff to work on the invoices and working on the grant and sub-award with the schools.
So we're keeping $165,000 of that grant
It's about
that we would be administering over 1 year.
1 year. So, and that's including our staff time too. So the staff who's gonna work with the schools, it's required to do the reporting, implementing the program, working with the 3 school district closely. So it required a lot of work of our staff as well.
So then I just, one more two, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Are we required to withhold 12.7% or can we withhold less?
I think it's an indirect cost, 12.7. I don't know. That's not my area to.
No, I meant, is the 12.7 discretionary? Do we have to allocate that full amount, or can we say we're going to administer it with 5% or 6%? I think Bryce
That's
is
not
looking.
for me to answer.
No, I see Bryce standing up. I think Bryce is. Sorry.
Brian Halstead, Deputy Commissioner. The federal indirect rate has to be applied uniformly across the agency. We cannot pick and choose certain types of federal grants that we want or don't want to apply that to. That's a requirement of federal law.
But is the 12.7% rate something we set?
That is what the
Is-
U.S. Department of Education has established as our indirect cost during this time period. There's a time period where that is all. We don't set it. That's a negotiation with the federal government and the agencies as to what they will allow us to include in federal indirect costs and how that is calculated. It's not what we ask for, it's what they ultimately tell us we can apply to the federal grants.
But is that the maximum? Do we have to apply the maximum?
We have to apply the same rate uniformly to all of the federal grants for which there are indirect costs.
And my last question is, did we add staff to carry out the programming, reporting, accounting with this additional funds that came in?
No, we did not. It's just like we do it like in kind, working on this. We didn't add that, but that's include the staff of other offices, not necessarily our office, which is include the indirect costs.
Okay.
And I have if you look at the March, I included the budget, and it shows all the details, like how we allocated for each school district, for the professional development, for travel costs and all that.
Okay.
Any other questions? Deborah?
Actually, I was, just wanted to clarify for you. One of the things, since I've worked for an agency that was the recipient of Office of Refugee and Resettlement Funds, I believe that most of that funding is going straight to the school districts rather than passing through NDE. I know that when we worked on a project, it was to serve students from South Sudan, and so there are other populations being served that we may not have passing through NDE.
The motion is to authorize, thank you, Zainab. The motion is to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to contract with the University of Nebraska Omaha Center for Afghanistan Studies. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Morrison?
Yes.
Fricke?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Kojans?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas, the affirmative has it, and the motion to contract with the University of Nebraska Omaha is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.2.d?
Yes, Madam President. I move to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to contract with Utah State University, the Center for Technical Assistance for Excellence in Special Education.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Second by Patsy. It's moved and seconded to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to contract Utah State University, the Center for Technical Assistance for Excellence in Special Education. Is there any discussion? Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Jones?
Yes.
Fricke? Yes. Penner?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Morrison?
Yes.
Kojans?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas, the affirmative has it, and the motion to contract with Utah State University is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.2.e?
Yes. I move to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to approve grants to selected educational service units to provide identified trainings free to the early education and care field.
Is there a second to the motion?
I second the motion.
It's moved and seconded to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to approve grants to selected educational service units to provide identified training free to the early education and care field. Is there any discussion? Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Goebbels?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Kojans?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Fricke?
Yes.
Tegmeyer? Yes. Penner?
Yes.
Morrison? Yes. 8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas, the affirmative has it, and the motion to approve grants to selected ESUs is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.2.f?
Yes, Madam President, I move to approve the proposed innovation grant networks for the 2023 to 24 and 2024 to 25 school years, and authorize the Deputy Commissioner to enter into contracts with vendors to carry out grants.
Is there a second?
Yes, I second.
It's moved and seconded to approve proposed innovation grant networks and authorize Deputy Commissioner to enter into contracts to carry out grants. Is there any discussion? Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Penner?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Fricke? Yes. Neary?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Morrison? Yes. Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Kojons?
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas, the affirmative has it, and the motion to approve the proposed networks and to enter contracts to carry out grants is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.2.g?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to grant support for improvement funding for comprehensive support for improvement schools.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved and seconded to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to grant support for improvement funding for comprehensive support for improvement schools. Is there any discussion? Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Fricke? Yes. Morrison? Yes. Jones? Yes. Neary?
Yes.
Kojons?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas. The affirmative has it, and the motion to grant support for improvement funding is adopted. Sorry.
It's about contracts and grants. It's just in general questions. You want me to wait?
Yeah.
Okay.
Agenda item 6.3, Planning and Evaluation Committee. Deborah Neary will provide a report from Planning and Evaluation Committee meeting.
Thanks. First, I just want to thank my fellow board members on that committee, our Vice Chair, Lisa Fricke, Sherry Jones, and Patty Goebbels. And then thank you, Lisa, for leading the meeting yesterday, since I was on Zoom, and I appreciate your helping facilitate that discussion yesterday. Can you hear me okay? Is my mic on? Okay. The committee reviewed the following action items: the approval of Rule 18 interim program schools appearing on the accompanying list to operate for the 2023-2024 school year under Rule 18 interim program schools in county detention homes, institutions, and juvenile emergency shelters. The committee recommended approval for that item, and the committee recommended approval for a second item, the accreditation of the educational service units for the 2023-24 school year. There are 17 ESUs across the country whose accreditation is based on their submission of their annual compliance report and external continuous improvement visits. The committee also discussed the Rule 10 accreditation process for schools, the approval process for the new Rule 18 interim program schools, the approval process for new Rule 14 schools and adding grades to approved schools, and the Rule 20 approval process for educator preparation programs. NDE will return next month to seek approval for these items. And it seemed like there, if my recollection, part of our discussion included that there is a slight increase in the number of schools now that are requesting to be approved. The committee also discussed the Rule 10 teacher waiver requests for Creek Valley Schools and Red Cloud Community Schools. NDE staff member provided an update on the waiver process for schools seeking educators in early childhood settings. NDE will return next month to seek approval for these 2 district waivers. The committee also discussed LB 154 from the previous legislative session, which relates to student discipline. The committee discussed the intent of the law, and this, you might recall, was a bill that was introduced by Senator Wayne in regard to the collecting of data on the suspension of students, and then having some kind of accountability for that data. The discussion of the committee included the previous month we had asked the NDE staff to meet with Senator Wayne to find out his intent and if he meant for this to be punitive in the AQuest system or if he had other thoughts in mind, and we'll have a discussion on that later. The staff did not meet with him, and I'm sure we'll have further discussion on that. There was discussion about the interpretation of the actual law. Since the law talks about accountability system with a small a instead of the name of the accountability system, there are some school districts in Nebraska that have contacted me and believe that that this is data that is not intended to be an AQuest and to hurt schools that have the students with the highest needs, that there should be a broader interpretation of the word accountability system. So that is a discussion we can have with the full board in a few minutes. And then I was also contacted by some local school districts that felt like they were hoping for more partnership and discussion on this topic. The committee also received an update on the evaluation of the NDE's content area standards development process by the American Institute for Research and the Region 11 Comprehensive Center. NDE staff member and guests provided context for the work and the next steps, outlining recommendations for improving our process. The committee received an update on the priority schools designation process and the current priority schools. The committee will hear the progress of the schools next month and any recommendations made by the deputy commissioner. The committee also received an update on the timeline for the standard setting process occurring this summer for ELA, math, and science. And moving back up to the accreditation, school accreditation process, we don't have the list in front of us now, but the staff don't expect any changes, and so we'll be approving the list of accredited schools that's already on our website. This concludes the planning and evaluation report. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the committee chair?
I have some questions. So can you walk us through, I want to hear more about the collection of the data. So I'm looking on on the action items, I'm guessing this is not an action item on the agenda. Is it a discussion item, 6.3F?
Yes.
Okay, so are we going to take up the action items and then do discussion items for your committee? Or what are we doing?
Yes, that's the process that we use. So we'll move to the action items. Are there any other questions for the committee chair? Okay. Is there a motion on 6.3.A?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to approve Rule 18 interim program schools appearing on the accompanying list to operate for the 2023-24 school year under Rule 18.
there a second?
I second that motion.
It's moved and seconded to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to approve Rule 18 interim program schools appearing on the accompanying list to operate for the 2023-2024 school year under Rule 18. Is there any discussion? Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Neary,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Jones, Fricky, Googles, Morrison, Tegmeyer.
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas, the affirmative has it, and the motion to approve Rule 18 interim program schools is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.3.b?
Yes, Madam Chair, I move to approve the accreditation of education service units appearing on the accompanying list to operate for the 23-24 school year under Rule 84.
Is there a second?
I second that motion.
It's moved and seconded to approve the accreditation of educational service units appearing on the accompanying list to operate for the 2023-2024 school year under Rule 84. Is there any discussion? Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Neary,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
Googles,
Yes.
Morrison,
Yes.
Tegmeyer.
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas, the affirmative has it, and the motion to approve the accreditation of ESUs is adopted. At this point, before we move into discussion, our lunch is served at 11:30. I have about 11:30. So we will reconvene at 12:15. All right, Board, we are coming out of our noon recess. We are on agenda item 6.3.c. That is a discussion item, discuss Rule 10 accreditation process for schools. Is there any discussion related to this item? Agenda item 6.3.d, another discussion item from Planning and Evaluation Committee. Discuss the Rule 18 approval process for new interim program schools and Rule 14 approval process for new schools and schools adding grades. Is there any discussion related to agenda item 6.3.d? Moving on then, agenda item 6.3.e. Discuss Rule 20 approval process for educator preparation programs. Is there any discussion? Jacqueline?
I just have a general question. If the Rules and Regs Committee is set up to review rules, why are these items under planning and evaluation and not under the Rules Committee?
Because these rules address school approval and accreditation, they're really in the Planning Evaluation Committee because that committee is responsible for that particular area.
Did these first come to the Rules and Regs Committee to then be delegated to that committee?
No, they didn't.
So I believe that this agenda item relates to preparing the Planning and Evaluation Committee to approve the educator preparation programs at the next meeting. And so it was about reviewing the process in preparation for that committee to bring forward the list of educator prep programs. This agenda item is not about the regulation, any changes or edits to the regulation itself, which would be in the purview of the Rules and Regs Committee per the bylaws.
Could you elaborate on, you said that it's not changing the rules, then what exactly is it, what are they working on to bring to the full board?
The ultimate outcome from this agenda item is for the board to approve the list of educator prep programs. And so this is about that process that the NDE staff goes through per the rule to bring to the board that list.
Are we on 6.3.e? Okay, so I understand that for like C and D. E says discuss the Rule 20 approval process for educator preparation programs, whereas it's like, are they just going, oh, when I read something that says discuss the approval process, it sounds like they're just telling the committee this is the process. And if they're just telling the committee this is the process, then why is it a discussion item on the full board agenda? If it's something more than just discussing the process, then I don't know that the wording here is actually indicative of what's going on and what we're gonna see next month. And so I'm just confused.
And perhaps Brad Dirksen or another can speak more to what that staff report was from the committee, or another committee member. That would end what I would have to share on this.
So, and I would request that Mr. Dirksen come forward, do have a question. So I know as the Rules and Regulations Committee, we brought forth some changes to Rule 20, and so I'd be curious to see refresh our memory when those changes would be taking place, and if these approvals would it have to adhere to the new changes as well. And I know Jacqueline has her question too.
The discussion item that was in the Planning and Evaluation Committee only covered what the process is in the approval process, which is an annual process, just like Rule 10, Rule 14, Rule 84, all the other items that have come before with planning and evaluation. It was only around what that process looks like and discussing if there's been any issues with any of the schools that are coming forth for approval during the June meeting. So the typical board process that we've been engaging in as staff is we provide an update to the committee, a discussion item, and then an approval item. So it's kind of a 3-month pattern. We just utilize that terminology of discuss in that way of processing things through the board. We did not discuss the details of the Rule 20 revisions that are happening within the Rules and Regulations Committee. It was 2 different separate streams of work.
So so when this becomes an action item, are you asking us to vote on the Rule 20 approval process?
No, it'll be we're voting on the approval of the educator preparation programs for the academic year 23-24.
So that to me then is not what is here on the agenda.
It is so noted, Jacqueline, that the wording is wrong.
Okay, so then now I need to understand what exactly went on or what.
According to the rationale presented, we were forecasting that there will be a list of approved schools to be offered for action, forecasting that by explaining the responsibility that leads to that in terms of this is a 7-year process and explaining the process.
So I guess, did the committee see a list of what those schools are going, or of which schools are going to be presented? And I know I'm talking about, that's C and D, so I'm not trying to conflate them, but they all have the same wording. Mm-hmm. Did they see a list of what those programs are, or there's preparation programs or schools? Did they actually see that and have a discussion about them? Or were they just informed of the process so that they can know how you got there? I guess my question is, when we are asked to vote on this and there's an action item, will that be the first time that committee sees that, which is the day before we're asked to vote on it? And will that be the first time that this board sees it when we're asked to vote on it?
Week before.
We do provide that documentation as an agenda item, so it's in the board materials prior to the June meeting. We discussed the 16 programs. There was a question during committee asked if there has been any issues identified. At this point, there hasn't, so the proposal next month will most likely include all 16. However, we're still gathering documentation before we make that final recommendation on behalf of the commissioner.
Yeah, I guess if I could just add this as a member of that committee, the information it really wasn't a discussion per se, but it was more to provide the committee with background information. Like if I asked the question, well, how do these schools, or how do the ESUs, what do they have to do to be approved, or what is that process? So it was really providing us with background information about what needs to occur in order for these schools to be approved, and how long is the approval, and so it was really just providing us with information that we needed to really understand how approval takes place for all of these different groups. I hope, Brad, that's an accurate description. But.
So then, Lisa had her hand up too.
Lisa?
An example of a question that I brought forth just for information was about the science of reading. And so Brad was able to tell me about that. So gaining information in this process, I think, is important. So that's just kind of an idea that I had asked to get more information about when that might happen.
And so that's my follow-up question, which is perfect. I know that in Rule 20, we changed some requirements for the teacher prep programs to include the signs of reading, because we know that if teachers are using the scientifically based reading instruction, we can start to reduce student struggles with literacy. So my question is, are we going to be requiring that? When does that take effect? Because obviously training our elementary teachers from the beginning is much more effective than using resources later to retrain them. So how quickly will they have to follow our changes on Rule 20 that we have proposed?
The Rule 20 changes that are being proposed through the Rules and Regulations Committee haven't been fully promulgated. Still have to be voted on by the board. It goes through the AG's office and the governor's office. So the recommended list of schools that come next month will not include the requirement. We would have reviewed those applications for the requirement in regards to the science of reading, because that's not a requirement that's currently in Rule 20 explicitly. After the revision of Rule 20, then it would be included in that process for the next year's approval list.
So in addition to, so you said there's 16, how many would then be for the, then they'll all, every year they get approved?
Yeah, annually we go through and approve, and we haven't had a school drop off. There's always, could be a precipitous closure of a school, or they could drop a program, an education program in its entirety. But traditionally we've had 16 educator preparation programs in the state of Nebraska, with Bellevue University being the latest one that was approved.
Thank you.
Jacqueline? Yeah, so I guess this is a question for the committee, or more of a procedural question. I guess I would think if I were bringing forth an item to the full board for a discussion, it would be because I wanted some feedback, or I wanted to gather more information from the board about what was going on. And on each of these items that's come before the board, I haven't heard anything from the committee about, this is what we did, this is what we're talking about, this is what we were informed about. Do you have any thoughts? Does the board agree with this, disagree? Are you okay? It's just, so what was, if there's nothing that the committee wants to offer on these items, is it just formulaic and part of procedure that we put it on here as a discussion item?
May I comment on that?
Well, I just wanted to finish first, but
Sorry.
go ahead.
Sorry, Jacqueline, I thought you were. This is a conversation that I've had with our board president, because our committee didn't put those on the board agenda. And there is a question about, do we have a top-down approach to this, where the NDE commissioner and our board president tell us what's supposed to be on the board meeting agenda? Or do we have a ground up where the committee decides what from our committee discussion should be on the board agenda? I have always worked with and believed that the committees should be deciding what of our committee discussions should be on the agenda for discussion. So all of these items that are put on for action or discussion are not discussed with the committee chairs. That is a decision of our commissioner, deputy, our interim commissioner, and our board president, from my understanding.
I think the real crux of this is that, as the deputy commissioner stated, that probably the wording of how they're on here, the idea was we requested that staff provide us with more information and further ahead of time than in the past. But it really seems to me that perhaps some of these should be labeled as committee updates as opposed to discussions. So that would be a recommendation for next month when we're working on the agenda, even the committee agendas as well as the board agenda, that they really are updates being provided to the committee to help the committee then do their work the next month, then to bring it to the board.
So that's, I promise I haven't talked to anyone about this before right now. So if you guys think that Deb and I are colluding, we're not. Let me just dispel that. But if this didn't come from the committee, and this is just an opportunity for staff or the department to give us an update of what's coming next, that to me seems like it comes through the commissioner's report, because the commissioner is updating us on what staff is doing and what staff's planning to do. I see the committee report as the committee and the chair deciding what should be brought to us, and if this is just an update, that's not the committee updating us, that's staff updating us and the department updating us. So it seemed weird to me that we were going through these discussion items and no one is saying anything, we're not discussing anything, they're just there, and so that's why I'm kind of trying to figure out what's going on. But this seems like it's a much bigger thing than I even knew that I was stepping into. But I think we should talk about what it should look like in the future, because right now it's not seeming very intuitive or informative to me.
Yeah, and typically committee updates don't come, they're not on the board meeting agenda. If you think about the committees that you're on, the updates don't appear because they are updates for the committee. So just to kind of clarify that.
May I add something?
Sure.
Or ask something? I take note that as soon as it was up there, that the wording is not indicative of what actually took place. But could you say more to help in terms of we staff are making every effort to have you have information ahead of an action item, meaning the whole board. So could you talk more about how you think that would appear? Because if we just put action item and present that list, historically for a while it would be, but you're just bringing it to us for us to speak of, and we want to make sure you're informed of what the process is. So could you speak more to that?
I think that's probably board member dependent. So I could say what I would like, but I don't know that that means it's what the rest of the board would like. For me, if we knew that these items were coming and this was something you wanted to inform the board about, that at the next meeting, we're going to bring to you X, Y, and Z to vote on, and this is what this is, I would have liked for a staff member to sit here and explain to me what these things are so that I know why they're here. Another option, I think, is for the committee to put it in the committee report and say, as part of our committee, we discussed X, Y, and Z, and we'll be bringing to the board through our committee these things to vote on. So we're getting that knowledge through the committee chair and through the committee. So I can't say what that looks like unilaterally, but I know this is not it.
I do think today, when I have listened to some of the committee reports, that there was, like in Budget and Finance, I remember hearing, next month, we will be bringing you, right? So I think that that's the structure for committee reports that we've been trying to put in place so that board members would kind of be clued into, be on the lookout, because next month, these will be things that are action items. Deborah?
And another thing we could consider doing, there is time in the process, and I've had this conversation before, but when the committee chairs are working with their staff liaison to set the committee agenda, I believe that's the same time we should be making recommendations for what should be on the board agenda in regard to our committee discussions. That is the approach that I am most familiar with in regard to how board committees work, but that isn't the culture that we've had here. But I'm hoping that that would be considered.
Any other discussion? Lisa?
I've had several people who watch our board meetings and appreciate when the agenda is up so that they know what's on the agenda and what to expect. So probably need some rewording, but I think that helps our constituency have a heads up of exactly, you know, here's an update on this, and they can read it. But if you take that off, they might miss it in an oral report. I don't know, but it just seems that it's for more than one purpose.
All right. Oh. Sure, that's fine if that's.
We welcome all the discussion.
We haven't had time to really prepare for that discussion, but
Because it is in the report that Deborah gave that there was discussion in the committee meeting around the approval process. So that was there and mentioned. And I think there are two, from my ears, there are two different points. The point about a committee chair having the opportunity to sit and really set the agenda with staff for their committee meeting is a slightly different point perhaps than this is misworded and what actually did go on in the committee meeting, and is it necessary, if there isn't going to be ask for a discussion with the board, do we call it a discussion here? And then we, in the background, have had discussion about what a board agenda looks like. An update would just stay in committee, a discussion item, if there's any kind of discussion in a committee meeting, that automatically appears on the board agenda. And we all come from our varied experiences, and we've landed on that up to this point, that every discussion in a committee meeting is a discussion item for the whole board. And now the NDE has started to think of that as bring as much information as you can, so that there is this notion that we have covered everything, so the board doesn't have to make a last-minute decision, or that the committee's recommendation is not necessarily sufficient. It is the whole board that needs to be apprised, and that's different on some boards also. So we look forward to more discussion just to see where this board at this time would like us to go. Lisa? Please go to that.
This brings a thought to mind. In the last few years, I remember committee members from a different committee saying, well, why didn't you discuss that or inform the board that you had this discussion? You know, we want to be informed of what's going on within your committee. So I just wanted to remind everybody that that was perceived as a problem. And so this transparency, letting people know what important information was shared in your committee, other board members want to know.
Dr. Freisen and I started on the same day. And she would tell you the story that when there were 7 committees of the board, one less than there are members, and we walked into meetings, her perspective, if I may share it for you, is it was very difficult to tell the difference between the board members and the staff members. And she and I worked on a process to bring forward agenda items and make that more clear with this concept of notice for the board, which I think is what Lisa is speaking about. It's not perfect, and it can have some changes to it, The general concept of that system is that a discussion item is previewing for the whole board what's to come in the future. I think we've seen, in conversations with Dr. Freisen and me and some other staff, we've seen in recent months where that might not be the right term anymore. So think about it from the legislature standpoint, right? So they have general file, select file, final reading. This is kind of like select file. And then when it comes as an action item, it's kind of like final reading. So when I was suggesting before at my seat to Dr. Freisen and Patty, this might be a great opportunity, not that we're gonna come, or that you're gonna come to the decision today, but a great moment in time to start getting some feedback about what terms might be more useful. Because even like with the update item, personally I've recognized that might make more sense to be information, termed that way, and I'm not saying that's the right word either. So to me, getting board feedback on this and maybe going through the executive committee to come to some agreement so that we can go back to staff on what those terms are. This could just as easily be notice, which is the concept from Robert's Rules of Order newly revised. So the other thing about that is I don't think that there is a cut and dry for all items, right? So some policy items take a long time, like a rule revision that is substantive. Approving a contract may take less time. And so while we try to use a 3-month iterative process in bringing items before the board, sometimes that's only a 2-month. Rarely is it a 1 month. So I'm going to speak for the whole staff to say we welcome the board's input through the executive committee to get this right so that it's useful for you, because it's frustrating for staff too when there's misunderstandings between what the board's perception of something is and what the staff's perception is.
Jacqueline? I think this could be a continued conversation, but I listened to what Lisa said and my hand was to respond. If the idea was to change the fact that things were being voted on without the full board being aware, then I think you leave it as a discussion item, but the committee needs to explain to the board, this is what is going to be brought to you. This is where our committee is. We are all in favor of this. Does anyone have any questions about this matter? And so we're being provided with some context, some understanding, and an opportunity to think about it before it comes back before us. If the idea is just to notify us that it's coming, then we could take the approach that it's an update, but then that may not be what Lisa believes is, and I'm just, is the purpose of this. And that's why I said earlier, 8 different board members may have 8 different perspectives of what this should look like. An alternative is to have it as these things as updates, unless the committee decides in their committee meeting, we want to actively take this to the board as a discussion item. And then they decide that that's a discussion item because their committee has elevated it to the level that this is controversial, or we're not in agreement, or this is super important. And I think that we have to trust our committee chairs to make that decision of when to bring it and when not to bring it. That's part of them being a chair and having that responsibility, and the committee having the discretion of when to bring something and when not. I think while we have a president and while the agenda is created with the president and the commissioner, committee chairs are leaders on this board too. And I wonder if part of this is really figuring out where that weight of power between committee chairs versus president lies in making sure we get that part right. So I am comfortable, or I'm okay with us continuing the conversation, but I don't think it's one or the other. There could be a middle ground, but I do think there's a level of empowerment that our committee chairs should have within this as well, so.
What I would request then, because again, I'm hearing, we're talking kind of about two different things here rolled up into one. One might be related to potential bylaw changes related to chairperson's responsibilities. So, and the other one really is tied back to how do we label things and what's the intent of those things. So what I would ask for is, because I don't think we're going to resolve this today, but I would ask each of you to, the ideas that you have about either or both, please get those to me or to any member of the executive committee. The executive committee, just as a reminder, is Kirk, Lisa, Jacqueline, or to me as the chair. Please get those to us, and as we receive those, then we'll have some committee time where we have some discussion about that and bring that back to you as a board. Okay. All right, moving forward, we are now at agenda item 6.3.F, discuss LB 154, which became law in 2021, and the provisions regarding student discipline. With that, I would like to invite staff members Lane Carr, Shirley Vargas, and Vicki Munoz to the front of the room. Thank you. It's all yours.
Fantastic. Good afternoon, board. Good to see you again. So this agenda item was brought to share some background information as well as the feedback that we've received from across multiple stakeholder groups like our AAA and NeMTSS, and we'll talk about all those acronyms here in a little bit. But I want to first talk about LB 154, which, as Chair Goebel said, was signed into law in May of 2021. LB 154 was brought by Senator Wayne, and it really does two things. And if you want to follow along in your statute book, you can do so with me. The first is in 79-760.05. And this is about student achievement, statewide systems for reporting and tracking students. And what this bill did first was add to that statute in that by August 1st of 2022, so at the beginning of this last academic year, the board and the NDE shall implement a statewide system for tracking individual student discipline. And then it starts talking about all of those disciplinary instances that are that the senator and this legislation speaks to, including in-school suspension, short-term suspension, long-term suspension, expulsion, etc. Very detailed in its statute. In many ways, the NDE was already collecting these data, and it was through the Civil Rights Data Collection, or CRDC, which is a federal requirement. So it was, I won't say easy, but it was easier for us to implement this at a statewide level because we were already, in many ways, collecting these data. So we began and we're ready to go with that implementation of the collection of these discipline data. It was part of our advisor system, and on our webpage there is a whole list of information called the advisor data elements that detail very specifically what the data are being used for, definitions, etc. So we have that tracking and the data collection, we have that part down. It also talks very clearly in this statute about the system for reporting. And the system for reporting has been our Nebraska education profile. It's our one-stop shop for education data. So again, the CRDC data that included, the civil rights data collection data that included discipline was already on the NEP. So it's going to be easier, again, for us to put into place the disaggregation or splitting out by student group of these disciplinary issues. So that's on track, and we will have that in place for the fall of this year using this school year's data that we've been collecting. If you turn the page in the statute book to 79760.06, this is our accountability system. So the 79760.06, we have very clear parameters from the legislature on what must be included in our accountability system. It notes that it must include multiple indicators, including but not limited to graduation rate, growth and improvement on assessments, student discipline, which was the inserted section here, and other indicators of performance for public schools determined by the state board. So our discussion with school leaders over the past really year, because Dr. Vargas and I began this conversation at admin days in July of 2022, and then really focused in and zeroed in on implementing our accountability system in the fall, and then with Dr. Munoz joining in August, has picked up that conversation of what will this look like in our accountability system, and how will we create a system that meets the spirit of the law and also is focused on student improvement and improvement of outcomes and reduction towards this. So I would say quickly that the recommendation that we are bringing forth is one that uses these data from this school year to set a baseline for a reduction goal, right? We're all about improvement. We talk a lot about growth. Yesterday in our conversation about federal accountability, we talked about growth quite a bit. And what we want to see is using these data to set a baseline for all of our schools. We want to understand where our schools even are in this. And what that does is it provides us an opportunity to then have more conversations with school leaders over this next several months to think through what that looks like in practice when it is incorporated in our AQuest system. Vicki, Shirley, any additional context? So wanted to just share that context with you, the recommendation that we've heard from our stakeholder groups, that we've heard from the Planning and Evaluation Committee last month when we brought it, and just pause to see if there's any further questions or discussion.
So when you collect the data, are you getting student names and so forth for the discipline? If you got discipline, maybe I'm missing the point here, but you got discipline issues and so forth, are the schools collecting names?
This would be part, is my understanding, this would be part of the student information system. So like Infinite Campus or Power School, students would have a disciplinary infraction entered there, and then it speaks to our advisor system. So we would not know the student names when we're reporting this, but we would know the number of disciplinary instances and characteristics, demographic characteristics of those students as well.
Okay, so when you talk about improving student outcomes, it's a broad, general statement. You're not saying you're going to improve the general outcome of an individual student because you don't know who that student is. Okay.
Correct.
And then on this, you called it the Civil Rights Database. That is a federal program. And then this, so you're already doing that. Was that required for federal money?
Correct. Civil rights data collection. Yes.
Okay. All right. Very good. I just have concern about individuals'
correct
privacies.
We
being,
do too. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks. I want to first just say that as I have received some phone calls from our school districts about this topic. And the first thing I want to say is I've heard very positive remarks about you, Vicki, and the discussions and how accommodating you've tried to be, and about all three of you, that you have really tried to help our school districts in understanding, this issue. What I'm hearing from our school districts is that there's a concern about the interpretation of the word accountability system in regard to this law. And I was hoping that if I felt like there was some ambiguity about that, because that's what I was hearing from the school districts, that NDE is interpreting it to mean that this data is eventually going to go into AQuest, and you said it again today, that your plan is to put suspension data in AQuest. And our school districts have concerns that, this really is like punishing our school districts with the students with the highest needs. And is there more discussion needed around what Senator Wayne meant by the accountability system? Because there are some that are interpreting that to mean the broader Nebraska profile of data, and that, if we have ways of giving that data attention, is that the kind of accountability that Senator Wayne is looking for? So I am hoping that there is going to be some conversations with Senator Wayne if we as a group feel there is ambiguity, and maybe I am the only one that thinks that, and the superintendents that reached out to me. But I'm hoping all of you will be talking to your superintendents about this matter, because I think that while it might impact the urban districts more, it's like we all have school districts that have a large population of high-need students, and we don't want to hurt schools just because they are trying to serve some of our high-need students. The other piece that I want to bring out is something that Sherry brought into the conversation in our committee, and that is that we haven't had a discussion, or unless I missed it somehow, but how are we going to help these schools that have high suspension rates? What kind of discussions are we, can we talk with Senator Wayne about ways that he can support those efforts? And that's another question that's coming from the school district, and you probably already have that figured out. It's just that it seemed like it wasn't as much a part of our conversation as that we're taking these steps, and it's going to, this data is going to be in the AQuest system. So I apologize if I'm misunderstanding some of this, and so I hope you'll provide clarity. Thank you.
My voice carries enough. So I want to first start by saying that there is no intention of us moving any further than this conversation and getting clarity about the path to move forward, right? We also know we're working within the confines of our state statute. So while a senator may have an intent, we're operating from what the law is telling us, and that is to determine to what extent you as a board are informing the work that we do to think about how we incorporate student discipline in our accountability system. And when I say student discipline, that is a variety of different things. You heard incident, it could be bullying, it could be harassment, in-school suspension, out-of-school suspension, expulsions, moving to an alternative setting, et cetera, et cetera. Those are a lot of data points for our 244 school districts. So we would need to consider what that means. We haven't even gotten to that point yet. So when we talk about a baseline, we need to first say, are we in agreement that using this school year's data, 22-23, will in fact be baseline year for our upcoming fall accountability cycle? Meaning it is not counting towards any calculations, no tenant, no excellent, great, good, needs support to improve. Literally being able to display that data in a way that a school can say, this is where I am right here, right now, according to these specific components of student discipline.
Could I just ask for clarification? In what year was 79.760.06 passed originally? Because I don't
2007.
have my school law book in front of me.
I got you. We have our Nebraska legislature webpage, 2007.
2007, so the point is
Some
Senator.
iteration, excuse me. Some iteration of it.
Okay,
So 05, which was the reporting that predated just slightly in 2007, and then 06, which is the accountability piece, began in 2012. So two separate timelines, but very similar.
right, exactly. I guess my point is, I don't know who originally introduced the accountability bill, but I don't believe that that was Senator Wayne. Right?
I lead up. I don't know.
Good afternoon, Brian Halstead. Contextually, the Nebraska legislature over a number of years has made changes to the Quality Ed Accountability Act. That's where these two sections of statute are assigned. Prior to 2012, the only duty the department had under state law was to report data. That was it. There was no state accountability system. However, the state of Nebraska was required to comply with No Child Left Behind and that accountability system. So if you're asking where did 79.760.06 come from, it started with work by the board and the Commissioner of Education and Staff at that time to get a senator to add on to the act as an attempt to try to address some of the impacts of No Child Left Behind. So you have both a reporting requirement, which is both state and federal, because at the federal level you got to report data. Now 79.760.06 has the accountability piece that requires the state board have an accountability system. So in that regard, that's when the board ultimately came up with what is now called AQUES. That's our state accountability system. The bill that's driving this was enacted by the legislature in 2021, so it is an act of the legislature. So one needs to look at the law and all other statutes that fit within it to understand its meaning in that regard. Senator Wayne was the sponsoring senator, but that's really irrelevant to statutory interpretation. Once the legislature enacts the law says what it says. The only time one ever attempts to try to figure out what's the intent is if there's ambiguity in the statutory language that leads to multiple different interpretations. So in that regard, 79.760.06 says the state board shall establish an accountability system. That's singular. There's no ambiguity there. Now, if one goes back to what the reporting statute says, 79.760.05, there's a great deal of detail in that when it says student discipline, what it is that has to be collected. And then ultimately, based on both state and federal, what can be reported, because we have to ensure confidentiality of personally identifiable student information so that no one will know if this is about a student or students, which is why, for our reporting purposes, in order to comply with FERPA, the board has adopted the rule of 10 or more students so that you cannot identify in any school, any district, a particular student. If you don't have 10, nothing is reported. So there's a whole number of moving pieces just with all of the student data that we get, and you're well aware if you don't have more than X number of kids, we don't report the assessment data in that area, column, or whatever, because we want to protect the confidentiality. So as I've listened to staff here this morning and this afternoon, we are in the process for the first time in a school year collecting all the specific data elements that 79760.05 require for student discipline data. We won't have that data until sometime in July, because the school year doesn't close till June 30th. So there's a lot of unknowns on data elements or numbers and all of that. So I think their comment of this is just baseline data, well, that's largely a number of the things the board has done. When there's new data, you get a baseline. Now you start with the baseline, trying to figure out what is here even usable, not usable, what the numbers are, and all of those particular ramifications, so that you can not only report it, but protect confidentiality. And then for accountability system, how does that meaningfully speak to a school or to a school district in that regard? So hopefully I've answered whatever question or questions I was asked to come up to.
You have answered my questions, because I wanted to make clear that an accountability system was in 06. Okay. Other questions, discussion?
No, I was just gonna say, I apologize. For the record, I was wrong. I was looking at the wrong statute. I should know 2012, sorry.
Jacqueline?
Okay, so I'm trying to parse through what the concerns are and the issues, and 79-760.06, the accountability system. When I went back and I looked at the bill that was passed, the two words student discipline were added to section 1. So my first question is, when 760.06 says that the state board shall establish an accountability system, have we traditionally and historically identified AQuest as our accountability system? Is that the system that we have that satisfies this statute? And so then, based on this language, when the word student discipline was added, we have no choice but to include student discipline into our accountability system. Is that how we are interpreting this?
Yes.
Okay, so once I got to that point, I then got to the second issue of what is the definition of student discipline. And I guess I slightly disagree with Ms. Vargas when she says that's an issue for another day. That, to me, is the issue of how do we define that? Because that's what's going to determine what the schools are going to have to be graded on or evaluated on. So I went back to, as Brian would be proud of me, I went back to 760.05 to try to read it together, but even there's no definition specifically of student discipline. And this, I thought it was, but when we got to the point where I thought it was going to be defined, we went somewhere else with race, poverty, et cetera, about demographic characteristics. And so I guess my question would be, are we as a department planning to use some of the things in 760.05 to define student discipline as it is in 760.06? Or are we going to use a separate definition, because 760.05 does not really have a definition? It, to me, is just explaining the things that we have to track, but it doesn't get specific to say this is what student discipline means and doesn't. So where are we there?
So in the sense, it's a great question. The legislature has already defined in a separate set of statutes known as the Student Disciplinary Act terms and defined those terms. Some of the terms you're seeing in 760.05 exist over in the Student Discipline Act. So again, that's where you have to go look to other laws of the legislature. Clearly, when one reads the language in subparagraph 2A, 1, 2, 3, you see even further clarification of what student discipline data we were to collect, which infers all of that is student discipline data. Although we can have an ongoing conversation as to about acts resulting in law enforcement involvement don't speak to the student, it speaks to the severity or the adult's response to some type of conduct that warranted law enforcement somehow being involved with the factual situation. So those are all in some ways we don't know, because we don't know what the data is going to show when this school year ends as to whether any of that data that we collect show anyone is reported that law enforcement was involved. Most likely, one would presume in the school system of the state with over 300,000 students, there was probably a law enforcement involvement somewhere in the school system this current school year where we're collecting data. But that's part of the, you can't know until you have it, and you as a board, I would argue, can't make informed decisions until you've got some data to inform you of possible decisions as to how you would go about doing that. And first of all, even reporting it, because of some other laws, we have to make sure we don't identify students in that regard. So there's a lot of yet to be determined factors.
So going back to, thank you, Brian. Going back to 760.05, it says the state board shall also, which that to me implies in addition to our current system 2A, 760.05 2A. The state board shall also implement using the student identifier system of the department. And so what is our department student identifier system? Because that language is the same that's used in section 1. So what is that system that we're using?
So the system actually assigns a number to each student for data reporting purposes so that there is no name attached to the data set. And that's we'll have to get some of the software experts and all of that as to how that's done, how that's kept. It's all kept secure, so very few human beings even have access to any of that stuff, all for security purposes. So when school districts report to us individual student data, it comes up to us with an identifier number and then all of the data elements that belong to that individual are attached to that data number for collection purposes, and then that is all separately and securely kept so that none of it can be breached or accessed unless otherwise authorized by law. So in the sense of, if Brian Halstead were a student today in the K-12 school system, there'd be a number assigned to Brian Halstead. And every data element about Brian Halstead that the state and/or federal systems require be collected for would get attached to that number and be reported or pulled by the department into the data system where it's securely housed and then worked through in that regard. Does that help?
So is there a name for that system, or is it just data system? Like what is it?
It's called the NDEID, which is like a unique identifier.
It's the Nebraska Department of Education Unique Identifier System.
And so looking at this, it sounded like you guys said we were already collecting this information, or we were already set up to collect the information. What did we say? Can you explain that? Like, did we make changes to the ID system to include these things, or?
We at the Department of Education were already being required under federal law to collect some of the same data elements that this inaction by the legislature called for. The system we have for student information was already designed and capable of pulling a whole number of data elements that are not turned on, so it did not take a lot of new work. It was more about identifying in the data system which of those data elements needed to be turned on. Also then trying to define for school districts who are going to connect elements to that so that they knew how to keep it in their student information systems. The federal law is not going to use or have definitions of some of these items because these are unique to Nebraska, but they were wanting some form of not only student conduct discipline, but some other stuff like weapons, dangerous weapons. There's a number of other federal data reporting requirements we had to comply with. So when the legislature enacted the bill in 2021, first of all, the department already had the capability with the system already in place to do all that work. It took staff time, and it's taken, I'm sure, communications and training of school district staff. You'll note somewhere in one of these statutes, I think it's down in the bottom of 760.05, each school district was required to assign a data coordinator just for this very purpose. So every school district, you didn't have one, you had one. Most of them already had a data coordinator for all the student information, but that, as you can see, some of this is more specific to state law than it is federal, but the system can do both for those reporting requirements.
President, I have two questions, and then I'll be done. So I pulled up the Student Discipline Act, and it looks to me that 760.05 is written more broadly or broader than the Student Discipline Act. And so, for instance, the Student Discipline Act looks at long-term suspension, expulsion, and mandatory reassignment, whereas just on the surface, 760.05 starts with short-term suspension, long-term suspension, a one-semester expulsion, a two-semester, and so it's way more comprehensive than the Student Discipline Act. And so I know when you say we have to look at everything holistically, all of the statutes and everything, when we start to look at what student discipline means for purposes of AQuest, have we considered how broad or narrow that definition is going to be, looking at these two separate statutes that aren't necessarily in sync with one another? And then my last question is, with the AQuest, and forgive my ignorance, I don't know, but I'm guessing we determine the weights of what amount of weight student discipline would be given in that entire evaluation. And so has the department start to consider those weights, and also where are we in going with a broad or a narrow definition? And then I'm done.
Part one of your question, I would say, is just reiterating what Brian said, in that that's the virtue of having this year be a baseline year, to look at the full realm of what we get from this data in these definitions, and then to be able to make a decision and engage you again, engage our stakeholders again in, are we, in this accountability piece, are we just talking about expulsions? Are we talking about expulsions and suspensions? Are we talking about the whole gamut that is reportable here? And so, again, that I just want to be clear that this fall, our accountability system, AQuest, will not be affected by discipline, student discipline. Okay, so that I want to make sure that's clear. Instead, what we're proposing is to have this year be that baseline year, so that then we can see what it is, what it looks like, and then ultimately, to the second part of your question, Jacqueline, is then have the conversation about how it's incorporated, whether it's we talk a lot about bumps in our accountability system, right? So it could be about how and where that is going to be incorporated. That's a longer term conversation on that second part of your question.
Lane, just a comment. It seems like using this 22-23 would be clean, recent. I mean, what other year would be better to use? Just off the top of my head. Clean and recent, without.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Clean, when I think of clean, is that people don't know ahead of time, so they could adjust, just because I've been in the school system. Like, maybe we're not going to send as many kids to the office as an office referral because, or we might send more, we might want a higher rate so we can lower it the next year. You know what I'm saying? It's just clean. I mean, it's not, to me, that's not being attacking administrators. It's just, it's not manipulated. That's probably a better word. I just thought it's fresh, it's unmanipulated. It's just, here's the data.
Not meaning to suggest that any district manipulates data. However, districts are looking at their data for more than just reporting to the state.
Right.
Well, they're looking at it for disproportionality in subgroups, a variety, for reporting to their own districts, schools, for reporting to their own districts. So we would just be one more cog in that wheel.
Right.
But
and I'm not really manipulating the data, but sometimes it'd be ahead of time, not once you get the data, but you might be more hesitant to respond in a certain way. I don't know.
My point is, if they're already, and not to suggest any district does, but if they're doing that, they're already doing it for the other reasons that they have to report. And so I'm making assumption that they're not doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they're already trying to bring down numbers for disproportionality. There are already some other factors also.
I'm with you on Sherry. Do you think this legislation drives the result of they're not going to report their disciplinary actions? I'll just be blunt with it. Because we've had student discipline issues, and we hear that's a lot of the issues that are happening and getting teachers out early. So we're not going to report. The teachers are not getting support from their admin teams because they want to be doing some of this. They don't want to take the red mark.
Well, one would certainly hope that individuals comply with the law as best they can. So the answer is, one, we have to presume that nobody's going to just lie to us and not give us data, not put it in their student system, not do all of that, which I have to presume people working in school districts do comply with laws. Now, can we find potentially something about that? One looks at humanity, and historically, one can find that the Atlanta public schools manipulated test data in order to show them better off than they were. That's fraud, and those people are currently sitting in jail for their fraud. So there are consequences for that. So it is always amazing sometimes. There's a lot of data. When you first start using data and people get to see it, all of a sudden there's oh, I hadn't looked at it that way, which may in fact inform and maybe start to speak to changes that schools, districts, others will do with the data. I know Bryce can come up here and tell you about, we used to ask school districts, how far are you from your next high school? And the moment the legislature assigned a dollar value, if you were X miles further, all of a sudden those mileage things got quickly updated because accuracy on that data was important for money worth. Before it was just a data element. So I'm not implying any of this, but the reality is that's why until you have it, you don't really know what you're going to see from the data.
Okay, so just quick follow-up and then a second quick question. So the point is, you have a discipline issue in a classroom, you send them to the principal's office, principal says stop doing it, sends them back, doesn't discipline them, so it's technically not a discipline issue, although it really is. My point is, we may not, and to your point, this is probably the clean year to do that because they're not looking at this as a part of their accountability structure. Is that your point?
Absolutely.
Okay. Secondly, just real quick, so that same that Kristen said about the data collection, is that the same system that is used to when you send out surveys, like the climate surveys? Is that the same system that houses that? Which system houses the climate surveys?
It's not the advisor system that is for student information. I don't know what the other system is for surveys. We may have multiple ones where we ask.
Okay, and that's off topic, but it was into data collection, which is involved in this topic. So I will ask that, where does the data go from the climate survey questions and some of those surveys that are questionable at times in some people's mind? I don't need it now, but we'll follow up.
Lisa?
Well, first of all, thank you for all your work and for answering our questions. My question is, actually, I make a statement. I agree that this year should be a baseline. So we collect the data, we study it, and make a determination. What I think I'm hearing is after the baseline, that it would go into AQuest. And if that's so, I have a little bit of a concern. Could it be that accountability could be looked at as AQuest and an annual report on the discipline, or is that even a consideration dealing with a statute?
So something to consider, right back to the comment I think Jacqueline made before around like weighting and whether or not it goes with a particular tenant. Those are decisions that we would want your input in to be able to determine whether or not something would have a positive adjustment or no adjustment. But it's something, those are the things that we would need to have continued conversations around. There's no predetermined decision around that from either of us, especially me being the leader who has to support my assistant administrator who would be operationalizing this. So just want to make that crystal clear.
All right, thank you for the clarification, and I just wanted to find out for sure.
I guess what I would like at this juncture is for just us to acknowledge that in general we have a consensus that this would be a good year to use as a baseline, because that's the only consideration that we need to be addressing right now. Is there kind of general consensus that this is a year to use as baseline? Yeah. Thank you all very much.
I guess I'm not done with this.
I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand raised.
Sorry. I wonder if, and maybe this is going to happen, but just given that I know that we have, 9 months or whatever to have these conversations, but, because it isn't just about how are we reporting this, but also how are we helping the school districts to address these challenges? What does it benefit us to have a conversation with Senator Wayne about that, and about that this is, the way it's worded, going into AQuest? I mean, does that benefit us at this time, or sometime in the next 9 months to sit down and have that conversation and explain that even though this group doesn't feel like it's ambiguous, that there are some school districts that feel like it is ambiguous? I don't know. Do we think that's an important step or not?
I think it would be prudent, once you have the data and know something about it, then you can make a more informed decision on what to do with that information. Clearly, the members of the Education Committee of the legislature would be the group who would get any bill to change the statute here as to what they see or don't see. So at this point, I think until you have it, you don't know. And then once you see it, then you can make a more informed decision on next steps of the Education Committee as a whole, the chair of education, who is elected by the body to lead on education policy. I am certain that whatever data we report, it's going to be seen by lots of people, including senators who do look at our reports on this whole topic. So I think that's something for not only the board right here to think about, it may be for members who are going to be working on not only legislative priority, regulatory priority. There's a whole number of options that are available there.
Thank you.
Shirley, Lane, Vicki, thank you very much. Brian, thank you. We are now at agenda item 6.3.G. This is a discussion on the amendment process for Section 4 of Nebraska's ESSA plan. Is there any discussion on this process? Committee Chair, is there anything you would like to provide for information? Okay.
Madam Chair, do you
yes.
acknowledge that this was part of the workshop discussion yesterday?
Right. We had a lengthy conversation yesterday at our board workshop related to this item. Agenda item 6.3.H. Discuss approval of Rule 11 teacher waiver request from Creek Valley Public Schools. And agenda item 6.3.I, discuss approval of Rule 11 teacher waiver request from Red Cloud Community Schools. These are presented together because they're basically addressing a waiver to Rule 11. Any discussion on those? All right, with that, Elizabeth, as the chair of Rules and Regulations Committee, would you please provide your committee report?
Sure. So the Rules and Regulations Committee reports on our yesterday meeting of May 4th, 2023. The members present were Chair Elizabeth Tegmeyer, Co-Chair Jacqueline Morrison, Patsy Kojons, and Kirk Penner. Committee members discussed the potential adoption of content test scores related to Rule 24 revisions. If the proposed revisions are adopted, the passing test scores will no longer be included in the rule. Pending the adoption of the revisions at the June meeting, the committee recommends the board adopt the passing test scores as a separate document to ensure the passing scores are in continuous effect. NDE staff followed up with the committee on the proposed process for rule drafting. The committee provided the NDE staff with input on the process. The committee reviewed the report on rules, and this report is attached in Spark for all board members to review. NDE staff presented a draft of the rule revision calendar and asked for feedback from the committee. And this was under the direct request of committee members that we have a rule revision calendar so that we can keep track of what will be coming up. Committee members discussed Rule 11 and age requirements for early childhood programs and kindergarten. The committee asked ND staff to provide information on policies from other states. The committee will review the information provided by the staff and continue the discussion at future meetings. This concludes the Rules and Regulations Committee report.
Are there any questions for the committee chair? Lisa?
I'm just trying to get some clarification, and it could be because my mind is so full of things right now. But am I understanding that the committee is trying to eliminate the content assessment? So somebody would go through the teacher prep program and not have to pass the content? No.
No.
Oh, I just thought I heard no.
No. So currently, the test scores are in the Rule 24, and we're revising that, and it's changing. So we're encouraging that there will be an adoption of that the board adopt passing test scores as a separate document, so that we don't have a gap of coverage.
Thank you for that.
Yep.
I appreciate it.
Jacqueline?
So one thing that our committee is trying to work on is, so the rule and reg process is really long. And so when things change, we have to publish it, get public input, go to the Secretary of State, blah, 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 blah. And so there are things that we have in rules that don't necessarily have to live in a rule and reg. It can be a document of the board, something that we vote on, but we don't have to officially have it in that rule and reg. And so what we're trying to do is take some of those things out of rules and regs to allow us to be more flexible and nimble, so that we can just vote on it as a board in the future without having to send it through all of those formal and official processes.
Got it. Thank you. That's great.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Elizabeth. We have no additional business today. Agenda items 8.1, 8.2. These are information items and written reports for the board. Agenda item 8.3, submitted written public comments are attached in the electronic meeting agenda for the board and the public to view. I believe there was one written comment. And finally, agenda item 9, the good of the order. This section of the agenda is intended for board members to offer informal observations of the work of the state board. Board members may make brief announcements about attendance at a future event for the purpose of informing other board members. No business or motions or suggested actions of the board may be offered at this point in the agenda, nor should board members engage in substantive discussion about other agenda items or introduce new agenda items. Is there anything for the good of the order? Two things that I would like to announce NASBE, our National State Board of Education Association, has a survey, a member interest survey. They are in the process of planning their annual conference that will occur in October, toward the end of October, in San Diego this year. They seek member input because they want to hear from state board members. What are topics that are of interest to you? For conference session presentations, what would you like to have presented? Dr. Ryan Four last year presented a session on parliamentary procedure as an example, which was the highest rated evaluation for the entire conference. So just, I imagine someone will make that kind of request because review of parliamentary procedure is an ongoing thing and a learning process. But I would encourage you to go to the NASBE website and there look for the member interest survey. It's short, but it really provides the conference planning committee with a wealth of information and helps with that planning process. Second thing is, start thinking ahead to October. If you are interested in attending that conference, kind of keep that in the back of your mind. It's a very, I think of members who have attended, it's a very worthwhile conference. And something we instituted last year was to ask board members to submit proposals if they would like to present during a session of the conference, that they can do that as individuals or as a team. We don't have the conference proposal request form available yet. That will be coming soon, but you might be, if you're interested in presenting a topic, kind of start looking forward to that. And if you have questions, you can certainly ask me about that. Thank you to those who attended the in-person meeting today and those who tuned in to the broadcast. The next meetings of the State Board of Education are scheduled for June 1st and June 2nd, 2023 in Lincoln, Nebraska. The May 5th State Board of Education meeting is adjourned.